not with you. See, mine is here. Nobody else wants to go over here. This is Bonnie. No, she's when was it Monday night? She was like, about the camp. Workout from this area. I mean, maybe I don't know when it's still my house because it was I get scared. One, they took it to the kids. You can move it, yeah, but now it's down. One number's going up and one number's going down.
That's fine. There we go.
I'm going to sit and build. You didn't even try. Like, maybe not. All right, tomorrow's not a workout morning, so I can sit there. Yeah, I know.
This public hearing of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:02 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum and we are going to take attendance via our system. Okay, all board members are present. Do we have any citizens to be heard for this section? No? Okay, no citizens to be heard, so we'll continue to item 3, presentation of proposed tax rate for 2023.
Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Madam President, Board, Dr. Ball. This is our annual tax rate hearing before we set the tax rate, and so I will just get straight to it. So one of the things we do some calculations with the county, and we set a no new revenue rate. This year it is 1.114875. Then we have what they call the voter approved rate, which this is the one we cannot exceed, and if we do, then we have to go to an election, and it is 1.227185. So our proposed rate for 22-23 on the maintenance and operations side is 0.8546 per hundred of value, which is a drop of about 2 cents. Our debt service tax rate is 0.3654, which is a drop of about 2.5 cents. Our total tax rate is 1.22, which is a drop of 5 cents. And this is the 4th year in a row that this board will drop the tax rate. This is how it affects a homeowner with a current assessed value this year of $259,888. They increased the homestead exemption to $40,000 this year from $25,000. So our taxable average value is $186,595, and it will raise $22.76 in taxes, which is approximately 40 cents more. I mean, $40 more than last year. And with that, I will take questions, comments, concerns from anybody.
Ms. Fischel.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, and thank you, Mr. Atkins. My only question, very simple. Tell me why the taxable value went from $200 to $100 per property.
Okay, on the 259 is the assessed value. The other one is the taxable value. So there's homestead exemptions, there's all kinds of exemptions that are calculated in there, and then they get an average. And again, they did increase the homestead exemption by $15,000 this year.
Thank you.
A question I have is on those two assessed value columns, is, say, this example home that might be worth $204,000 in the current year, is that because the assessed value of that home in this upcoming year is going to be $259 on average? Is that what you're showing here, or?
Correct. Our current year is 204 for assessed value, and that's
Yep.
the average across the district. And this coming year, the values have risen, and so it's
Okay,
259.
got it. So these are reflecting the new averages. Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Canora?
It's not a question, just a comment. I just want to be sure that everybody who's listening knows that we don't set those appraised values. That comes from the county, and we have no control over how they value your home. They appraised mine for a lot more than I think it's worth, but, you know, it is what it is, right?
Any other questions? Okay. So that is all we have on this agenda. So we will adjourn the public hearing. The time at adjournment is 6:07, and we're going to go straight into our regular board meeting. So now at 6:07, this regular board meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:07 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and we will take attendance if the system is ready for that, or should I do a roll call vote? I see a nod. There we go. Okay. Do I proceed? Okay, yeah, I think he has to clear it to do new attendance. Nope, nope, nope.
I think it needs to be cleared, so there we go.
All right, looks like we're ready to take attendance. Do I need to push one more? Try it now? There we go. Okay, thank you for your patience. All right, the next thing on the agenda is our invocation and the pledge, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If everyone can please rise and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you once again in prayer saying thank you. Thank you for another opportunity to come together as a collective body and improve Judson ISD community. We'd ask that we also say thank you for the continued hedge of protection that you've placed around our district and our students as we go into this new year. We would ask that you continue to bless our guests this evening, the donors, as they have continued to bless our district. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please stay standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Judson High School Jrotc, under the direction of Senior Master Sergeant Carbone. Tonight's color guard is commanded by U.S. Rifle Cadet Tech Sergeant Jace Jenkins. The U.S. flag, Cadet Tech Sergeant Maria Bernhardt. The Texas flag, Cadet Airman Brianna Lopez. The Texas Rifle, Cadet Captain Nico Jenkins. Our pledge leader this evening is Angela Hernandez, a student from Hartman Elementary School. Angela is an A honor roll student, participates in honor choir. She is also a gifted and talented student and the winner of the Texas Cavalier 2022 Fiesta Art Contest. Spelling Bee finalist, Knight of the Round Table, and a true Hartman damsel who is a model of the school's core values, being humble, accountable, responsible, trustworthy, magnanimous, authentic, and noble. Thank you, Angela, for leading our pledges this evening.
You're welcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Harry, others, Aaron, Art, Owen, Art.
You may be seated. Thank you so much, Miss Angela, for being our pledge leader this evening. If you can stand over here, Dr. Ball has a certificate for you. We would also like to thank Miss Angela's mom, Miss Violeta Hernandez, who is also here this evening. Please give our pledge leader a big round of applause.
Ready? Together. And 3, 2, 1. One more, and 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
And thank you, Miss Rodriguez, for being here to support Principal of Hartman Elementary. One more round of applause. Thank you so much. We would like to also just give one round of applause to our amazing color guard from Judson High School. If they can step back in. to get a quick picture with our board and superintendent.
Oh, I was going to pop open this other door too.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The color guard from Judson High School.
If you guys want to stay, we can take a photo with the school board. Yeah, stand right in front. Yeah. Ready? Big smiles. And 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We have several recognitions tonight, but a very special recognition comes to us tonight as a result of a group of business partners that have been longtime supporters of the Judson Education Foundation and Judson ISD. These are organizations that have helped the district and our students on so many levels. Judson ISD, in partnership with the Texas Association of School Boards, wanted to pause today for a moment to say thank you. Partnerships with our community are vital to the success of our students and our district. In 2021, this group collectively has given over $64,000. All of these funds go towards student scholarships and innovative grants. While we honor and appreciate all of our partners, we would like to especially recognize our top 10 sponsors for 2021. Joining us tonight from Brown & Brown Insurance, Tamara Matthews.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Of course, I would be first.
Ready? Big smiles. 3, 2, 1. So thank you.
Next, from First Mark Credit Union, we have joining us this evening Marisa Perez Diaz, Diane Bacon, and Christy Bradshaw. Big cheers coming from the audience this evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ready? Big smiles. And 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
From Garza Bomberger Architects, Roy Lewis.
There we go. Big smiles. And 3, 2, 1. Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, from Linebarger Associates, we have Cliff Douglas, Lilia Gibson, Edra Bush, Julian Casillas.
Ready? And 3, 2, 1.
From MTR Engineers, we have Raymond Tarrin and Ron Ramirez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support.
Ready, and 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Joining us tonight from Pfluger Architects, we have Piga Tulu Del.
And 3, 2, 1.
From RVK Architects, Heath Wenrich.
And 3, 2, 1. Got it.
From Walsh Gallegos, Jameson Baker.
Ready, and 3, 2, 1.
We have two of our top donors that could not make it tonight, but we would like to also recognize them, Frost Bank and also HTS. Thank you so much, donors. We could not do this without you. Our next recognition is a recognition that is all about leadership, growing our leadership pipeline, and recognizing those principals and their staff that have made the commitment for self-reflection and growth. In June 2022, 206 principals, assistant principals, teachers, and other campus leaders from 48 schools across Texas celebrated the completion of the Holdsworth Center's Campus Leadership Program. For 2 years, these leaders attended interactive learning sessions with expert faculty, went on site visits, and deepened individual leadership skills while working toward excellent and equitable outcomes for students on their campuses. We are so proud to announce the first cohort and the most recent graduates from the Holdsworth Center's Campus Leadership Program. We have Ms. Tricia Davila from Pichelle Elementary School. Michelle LaRue, Rolling Meadows Elementary School. Ms. Tanya Rivera Casares, Woodlake Elementary School. I see that they're wearing their medals proud. It is definitely a journey and an adventure, and I'm sure if you have them speak to you about it, they will let you know of all the growth and leadership opportunities and learning that they had during this program. So congratulations, principals. We are very proud of you. We do have a little special treat for you, too.
No, absolutely not.
Ready, and big smiles. 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Thank you so much. Our final recognition this evening comes from Veterans Memorial High School. Veterans Memorial High School choir student Samuel Sutton. He is now a junior. He participated in the UIL State Solo and Ensemble Contest in Austin this past May. Of approximately 100,000 participating students at the regional level, only 1,000 to 2,000 are chosen to move on to the state level. Of those few thousand students, only the top 2% of soloists from choir, band, and orchestra earn the distinguished honor of being recognized as an outstanding performer. This achievement is truly a mark of musical excellence. In July, we were made aware that Samuel received this lofty distinction with his solo vocal performance. In recognition of this honor, the UIL League presented and draped this gold medal. The medallion is identical to those awarded to state champions in all UIL events. Awards of this nature do not come easily and reflect the efforts of many individuals. The parents, school, and teachers through the years are to be commended for their contributions to his success, but Samuel alone, through his own talent, dedication, and hard work, made this accomplishment a reality. He is joined today by his teacher, Mr. Moody. Samuel's father is also here in the audience. Miss Brianna, if you want to get a picture with his father as well.
Okay, great. We are too. Wow. You want the microphone or will we stand here? What would you like? Okay, awesome.
I'll sing a little bit of my solo that I sing.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Today I'll be singing Seven Crudele by Antonio Cardano. Oh, sure. Okay. Thank you. Seven crudele mi fai languir, sempre fedele ti voglio amar. Se ben crudele mi fai languir, sempre fedele ti voglio amar. Se ben crudele mi fai languir, sempre fedele ti voglio amar.
Great job. Would you like to shake their hand?
I would love to.
Okay, awesome.
Congratulations. And thank you for sharing your talent with us.
Thank you. Congratulations to you. And we're looking forward to great things from you. Congratulations. Thank you.
And we'd like to recognize, is your parents here?
Yes.
That's my dad right there.
Awesome! Please stand up, sir. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh.
Thank you so much. Just so that we don't forget, we do have another student from Veterans Memorial, Bryson Nino, who also participated in this event. He was actually recognized for his solo clarinet performance. However, he is in the band. And so he is busy with his band duties this evening and could not be here, but I didn't want the evening to go by without also recognizing him, and we will definitely visit him on campus and provide him with the special recognition from the board. So that concludes our recognitions this evening. Thank you everyone for being here, and I'm so excited that our top donors were able to witness just what you do to contribute to the student success that you have seen this evening. Thank you so much.
Cliff, thank you. We'll see you next week. Yeah. Because he looks real comfortable. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Comfortable in your arms. I have two boys.
All right, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard. Are there any? No? Okay, we don't have any today, so we don't usually do this, but we have some things on the closed agenda that we need to move up. So we're going to go ahead and go into closed session.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed,
Oh, yes,
can I interrupt you for a second?
sure.
The open session item on the redistricting, let's do that first. Then we can go into close if you have any questions, or maybe taken care of completely on.
Okay, it's on the consent agenda, so we'll need to pull it. Okay. Okay. So we're going to pull an item from the consent agenda and do that first. So that is item H. Consider and take action regarding, no, not that one. Which one is it? Jameson, do you know which one it is?
Yeah.
There's a lot of consent items. I'm finding it. No,
Yes. 6G.
no, 6G is, maybe it's on
It's
the-
on a discussion item.
Oh, okay, okay.
6G is the one we need to talk about.
6G, okay, we're gonna move 6G up to, where is it? There it is, okay. Thank you, sorry, this is a very long agenda today. So we're gonna move 6G up and discuss that first. So it seems like we're gonna have a presentation from Mr. Baker. Okay.
Perfect. We're trying to get the information you should have in your board packet on the computer so we can
Okay.
all look at it together.
Nope.
Well, yeah, y'all have, yeah.
Okay.
I just brought this as a backup. So.
You could just go into board book, probably.
It's in Bill's. Oh, I left off your S.
Gotta have that S on it.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Is it on the public version of it, or is it in your board? Which number was it?
I'm sorry.
Somewhere. Yeah, I think you can.
Okay, sorry about that. Getting that all ready. Y'all have this in your board book, so this is really more for the audience to be able to follow along than anything else. And then you also should have access to an electronic copy of this information in case, there's a lot of detail on these maps, right? And so whenever you go and look at where these lines potentially might change, if you zoom in, you can see down to the lower level of the street level if you're looking at the PDF actual version, but it's too big of a file size to run while we're doing this right now. But this is a reminder, kind of backtrack. We have our redistricting process that we're required to do every 10 years for your single member districts if the percentage of the highest populated single member district is more than 10% larger than the lowest populated single member district. It was in almost every school district around the state just because of the growth in Texas. And so what you have to do, of course, is you have to reconfigure those lines so that you have roughly proportional single member districts. And so at the last board meeting where we talked about redistricting, I was charged with bringing back recommendations from the demographer, and the demographer put together two plans to consider. Right now, this is just for information only. You may remember that we're going to give you these plans now. You can take them home, look at them, study them in detail, and then we have time to either discuss them at a future board meeting and then do community meetings, or we can go ahead and set up those community meetings. The plan was to do one meeting after hours in each single member district throughout the district. And so that's the plan as of right now. This is what your current plan is, so you can see where your lines are currently. We have the demographic breakup at the time in 2010. The largest district was 6.7% larger than the smallest district, so that's a really small differential. A lot of times it's in the 7% or even more. number, but as of the 2020 census, it is 32.1% different. So obviously it's larger than 10%, so you are required by law to redistrict. Judson only has 5 single-member districts, as you know. You have 2 at-large, 5 single-member districts, so that's where those come from. Our demographers came together with 2 proposed plans. Here is Plan 1. There's Plan 1 and Plan 2. There's no preferred plan one over the other. They're both acceptable within the requirements of the redistricting process. The blue lines there are where your current district boundaries are. So if you go back and look at the first one, that's your blue lines outline these boundaries. The shaded colors show you where they're proposing these changes. And so as you can see there, because 1 has grown so much, if you look back at this, before it was your smallest single-member district, now it is your largest single-member district. You've taken quite a bit of 5, put it into 1. They're proposing that this line be moved here. And then likewise, to offset some of that growth into this district, you're moving some of 4 into 5, and then a little bit of 2 into 3. Here is the demographic breakdown of what that plan would look like given your census data. And as you can see, it's a 5.1% differential between the largest and the smallest, and that is incredibly small. Most of these, like I said, I've done a bunch of these across the state and over the last 3 election cycles now, and we're rarely getting under 7%. I think 7's a pretty rough number that I've seen in a lot of districts. So 5.1 is actually really a really good, tight differential, and that goes to that one person, one vote premise. So that's really good whenever we can get it that tight. Plan 2 here is another option that you could look at. As you can see, you're again, trying to fix the issue of 1 being so large by taking some of 5 out of what was once 1. So this would be the new 1 boundary again. The blue line, again, is your current boundary for 1. And then very similar changes. There are very minor differences between these 2 plans. Again, you have a 5.1% differential here. Here's your breakdown of what the demographics would be for this plan if you decided to adopt this plan. And then I have also for you in this packet comparisons from your 2010 census to what your current census is, and then Plan 1 and Plan 2, what they would look like if adopted. And this is broken down by each single-member district. So this plan comparison is just for single-member district 1. Likewise, you have the same for 2, 3, 4, and 5. So really, this was more informational at this point. This is the reason why it's way zoomed in. This is that larger detailed map that you can look into on your computers at home if you're interested in looking at where those exact lines are. But this is the informational stuff that we wanted, that y'all wanted to see. If you have questions now that I can help answer, if they're legal questions, we'll go into close so I can answer those. If they're more factual type questions, then I can answer them now during this portion. And then if you want to, if the board wants to kind of digest it a little bit and think about what, where those lines are and what information is contained in here, we can come back at a future meeting and discuss it, and then we can set those community meetings, or if you're comfortable, we can go ahead and set those community meetings up. So I'm open to any questions from the board. It is a lot of information, so that's why we wanted to make sure to get it to you early. I think that the target timeline that we discussed was the December timeframe of having it finally approved. So we're pretty early in the process, but we can't let that go too long because that will come up on us before we know it.
Yeah. Ms. Pichelle had a question.
A comment. Mr. Baker, I don't see the difference in Plan 1 and Plan 2.
So there, I was looking at it earlier. It has to do with the breakdown in this area, basically. Like there's a little breakdown, there's a little change here.
And that piece of a live oak. Yeah, live oak.
And then
moves into 5.
Yes, this here.
And a little bit of Lucy.
It's hard whenever you're flipping back and forth, but there's a difference in this line right here.
I do see it. There's more of live oak in 1 in Plan 2 than in Plan 1.
The other way around, yeah.
In Plan 2, am I seeing like this little tiny like square of 3 hanging out by itself?
Yes, and that is not ideal, but that is how they had to draw this to make those blocks work. That's why I think 1 is, if you had to ask the demographers, probably their preferred number, because it does not have that same issue.
Yeah, because in Plan 1, that little block belongs to District 4.
Yes, correct. But that's part of what, that's part of the issue, is that it's in 4 in that one and it's 3 in this one. Yeah.
Where is it currently? The way the blue lines are makes me think
It's
that
the blue
right
line
now,
is a little deceiving right now. It's in 3.
Okay, so right now
It's
we
the
have
less
it
desirable
hanging out
version.
weirdo.
Correct.
Okay.
And what I'm assuming is the issue there is that it was whenever it was originally drawn, and then this was based on changes in that last 2010 redistricting process. Because it's hard to tell, but there is a highway right here. And so, that's one of the things we talked about whenever we talked about, the principles of redistricting. We break them down by, commonly used markers or differentiations. And so, a highway going through it is a reasonable line to where you would stop something, basically. Does that answer your question, Ms. Michelle?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there other questions or comments?
Just in terms of the outreach, I guess we'll come back and coordinate. And so the idea would be to inform the annexed community, I guess, like in District 4, it looks like Miramar and Hanover Cove are the subdivisions that would be part of the new District 4. What would you expect? Well, first off, let me backtrack. When does this need to go into effect?
So it would go into effect before the next election. And that's why we're targeting that December timeframe for a final vote, right?
Okay.
So we could come back in October and have more discussion, and if we wanted to, we could bring the demographer here and push and pull lines if we needed to look at that level of detail. But we wanted to give you this information earlier rather than later, and so that's why you have those full detailed PDF maps, so you can kind of zoom in and do some of that yourself. You know your community much better than we know your community, or the demographers, quite frankly. Like, they see it on the computer screen, but they don't know it as intimately as you do.
So December then is sort of the timeline to get this approved.
You can actually get it done later, but that's our target date, is getting final approval by December. So the original plan was bring it to you for information and then have community meetings, 1 in each single member district.
Before the December meeting.
And before that December timeframe, yes, sir. And then hopefully bring it back to you at your regular December meeting to vote on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions or comments?
We had identified a couple of different locations, 1 in each of the current single member districts. It's not because we didn't know which plan you might be interested in looking at. And so I'm happy to talk about those if we want to talk about those at this point. Does that sound good? We can get feedback from the board. So right now, one of the proposed locations for single member District 1 would be Veterans Memorial High School. We tried to pick the high schools because we figure they have probably the biggest area for a community meeting, so we can have as many folks as possible. Single member District 2 would be Judson Learning Academy, if there's a large enough space there. I'm not familiar with the campus itself. Okay, and then Wagner for single member District 3. Copperfield Elementary for single member District 4, and more than anything else, I said Copperfield because I know I drive by Copperfield all the time, and I know it's in single member District 4. So if you had a better suggestion for that, but it's right off 1604 and easy access. So, and then Judson High School was the single member District 5 proposed location. So if there are any issues with those, let us know. We wanted to coordinate schedules as well, but we hadn't quite gotten that far because we didn't know if y'all would want to have this at another board meeting maybe in October and then schedule them, or if we wanted to go ahead and start scheduling the community meeting. So I'd love to get input on that piece from the board if that's possible.
Is Judson itself, though, in District 4? Judson High School?
Judson High School is in District 5.
So the redrawn boundaries would have Judson High School in 5?
Isn't Judson High School now currently in District 5?
I think it's in 4.
It's right on the borderline. I spent a
4.
lot of time looking, and I thought it was in 5. If it's in 4, then we can switch those around.
So I'm thinking like Kitty Hawk, if Kitty Hawk's not in 1, would probably be a better location for the District 5.
Yeah.
It's not in 1.
Okay, so they would be 5 then. So Kitty
Okay.
Hawk would be then a very good alternative to that.
Good deal.
'Cause even
Yeah,
if yeah.
some of it was right on the line, and I was like zoomed in, and some of it doesn't really show up, and so that was where I was trying to figure it out. Gotcha.
So then would you change the Copperfield location to Judson?
We can change the Copperfield
I would
location to
prefer
Judson
High School, just because I think it's bigger, if we're going to be consistent
Mhm.
with our high schools. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and then we can do, if you said Kitty Hawk is in 5, so we can do Kitty Hawk instead of, because I had it as down as Judson High School.
And we're gonna use Wagner for 3.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And so how would you like to coordinate scheduling? Is that something you want to do with,
You know,
with
as
each
far as how
representative,
many
or-
folks want to be there, of course, because of the Open Meetings Act issues, if we had a quorum of the board, we'd have to post it as a board meeting, so that's something to keep in mind. I don't know how many folks are interested in going to the community meetings, if we wanted to have a couple board members at each meeting, or, you know, folks that can make it, but if y'all just wanted to send some availability maybe to Betty, and we can coordinate that, and really what we'll need to decide, or the only real feedback that I'd like to get from y'all if possible tonight would be, do we want to go ahead and start planning those meetings for the next coming weeks, or do we want to wait until October, have another informational and bring the demographer, and then schedule them after maybe the October timeframe?
I would say after. I think after October.
Okay.
I think we're going to be having a lot of community meetings coming
Perfect.
up in the next couple of months.
Okay.
And so maybe November would be a good
Sure.
time to schedule those.
And then that gives you plenty of time if between now and November, if anybody has any questions and we need to follow up with the demographers and put together anything different. They were very happy with how these plans came together because of the numbers basically working out the way that they did. It doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes, you know, I've worked with districts where we're fighting for a 9.9% differential. So that, you know, I think they were pretty happy with how that worked out. So if something happens or y'all had a question, feel free to reach out through that process, and we can get some more information, but otherwise we can plan for November.
Okay. Thank you so much. Unless there was something else. We're good? All right.
So then we actually don't have to go into closed on my closed item.
Okay. Thank you. I believe we're still going to go into closed session.
Correct.
For some of the other items. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. Item 8B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to redistricting of the trustee single-member districts resulting from the 2020 census. Item 8C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Director of Safety and Security, Director of Child Nutrition, Executive Director of Accounting. Item 8D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues concerning the district's financial advisor services. The time is now 6:53, and we will adjourn into closed session. Not adjourn, but go into closed session. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is now 8:41. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We'll proceed with our agenda, and we are on item 4A, update on the Judson ISD bond.
Yes, Nicole is going to share the video that we have produced. So just the board knows that through our bond counsel, Nicole has been working very closely with them, and we have produced a video. And I know we've had at least 3 meetings already. We had 2 at Kitty Hawk, one at Judson High School, with a lot more to go. Then what Nicole is also sharing right now is our website, and we will share the video first.
Hello, Judson ISD parents, staff, and community. My name is Jeanette Ball, and I'm honored to serve this community as superintendent of Judson ISD. Judson ISD is proposing a school bond election on the November ballot. The bond proposal will aim to enhance security measures across our district and provide improvements in and around our buildings to ensure safe environmental conditions for students and staff, including growth and overcrowding. The bond program will impact every campus in the school district, providing district-wide improvements in the areas of safety and security.
What is a bond election? A school bond election gives individuals an opportunity to vote on paying for the construction and renovation of school facilities. Bonds for school projects are very similar to a mortgage on a home. In the same way homeowners borrow money in the form of a mortgage to finance the purchase of a home, a school district borrows money in the form of bonds to finance the design, construction, expansion, and renovation of schools. This bond program calls for 2 propositions. Proposition A is focused on implementing safety and security measures, which include projects such as upgrading and installing fencing and gates around campuses, security cameras, alarm upgrades, increased access control, and automatic lockdown capability. Providing air conditioning in our gymnasiums can ensure the ability to properly secure doors to the building. We plan to equip our police force with upgraded radios for communication and also body cameras. Technology infrastructure upgrades are intended to ensure the safety and security projects are supported and can function properly, as well as providing additional layers to strengthen cybersecurity. We also plan to address site improvements needed to ensure a safe environment, such as upgrading parking lot lighting, roofing projects, and improving playground surfaces. Proposition B includes the building of a new elementary school and middle school. These new schools are intended to focus on the rapid growth in the northern area of the district. The plan is to address overcrowding and reduce the number of portable buildings being used. The new middle school and additional elementary school are planned for the Veterans Memorial High School feeder area. This, with the purchase of additional buses, is meant to relieve overcrowding at Kitty Hawk Middle School and significantly reduce daily travel times. The proposed site for the middle school would be adjacent to Wortham Oaks Elementary. The proposed site for the elementary school is on the 20 acres owned by the district near Lookout Road. Here is an overview of the major projects included in the bond. Proposition A is $172,034,900, and Proposition B is $173,265,000. The total amount of the bond proposal is $345,299,900, with a 1-cent tax rate increase. The projected tax rate increase impact on a home valued at $150,000 is about $15 a year. There is no tax increase for senior citizens or disabled persons if they have filed for and received the over 65 homestead exemption. Their taxes will not increase if one or both bond propositions pass. Your voice matters. Please register to vote. The deadline to register for the November election is October 11th. Once you are registered to vote, you can choose to participate in early voting, which begins on October 24th. Or you can vote on Election Day, November 8th. We have listed a few early voting locations that are around our area. There are a number of campuses throughout our district that will serve as voting locations. Since Bexar County participates in countywide voting centers, you will also be eligible to vote at any of the voting centers in Bexar County.
We welcome you to take some time to learn more about the Judson ISD bond election. Our website will be updated with everything you need to know, including a running list of frequently asked questions and locations for early voting and Election Day. We will also be visiting each campus and holding a community meeting to talk about the propositions in more detail and answer any questions you may have. As your superintendent, I thank you for taking the time to learn about our bond. Look forward to seeing you at our meetings.
So that is our bond video. I have just a couple of slides to give you a brief update. Dr. Ball did mention that we have started our community meetings. We are really trying to make sure that we are informing as many community members and parents as possible. And so we tried to schedule our community meetings on campuses coinciding with an open house or an event, a PTO meeting, so that we can get more parents in there to make sure that we are informing them. And so those campus schedules are posted on our website. There is a link to the schedule that was included in Friday notes, and I believe it's going to be included again tomorrow if those go out. For board members to sign up if you would like to attend those meetings. We are just trying to provide some information to our families. We are handing them a flyer. We are asking for questions. We're showing them the website and also the video. On your chairs when you walked in, you saw a Judson ISD canvas bag. Inside there is just some bond resources for you as you are out and about in the community. You've got some flyers in there. You've got a little postcard, push card that you can hand out that has a QR code that people can get more information. It takes them straight to the website so that you are able to share some of that information conveniently. We also provided you a list of frequently asked questions that are posted on our website that are approved and have been vetted by the experts in the district and then also approved by our bond council. So you do have a hard copy of FAQs in that folder. But as we are going to each campus and speaking to our community, other questions that arise and pop up, we will be adding to our website. And so you may get some updated FAQs just to have handy on a piece of paper. Sometimes you'd like to read them, write notes and things like that. And I believe the last thing that is in your folder is just the schedule of the community meetings that we have set up on campuses. This particular screen also shows some other ways that we are going to try to connect with the community. We do have our city council meetings that we will be going to and speak during public comment just to share some information about the bond. We have our upcoming Community Connections Luncheon on October 15th. We have coffee with the superintendent. We've got 3 scheduled in the next few weeks, and we will continue those monthly afterwards. We have scheduled some Facebook Live town hall meetings, one in English and one in Spanish. And we do have a couple of growth and planning meetings coming up soon, and so we will still be having that forum for our community to come and speak, and we share information with them. This is just a reminder timeline of the events. I believe today marks 55 days until Election Day, so we're counting down and making sure that we push information out timely. We do have some voter research survey results. Unfortunately, Mr. Gamble from Basilis and Associates was unable to be here at this time, and so we will try to schedule another time where he can present information to you. He did provide an overview of results to us a couple of days ago. They were able to get the 400 respondents in the survey time that they made those calls. They offered it in English and Spanish. You can see that the respondents are pretty equally distributed as far as age range, and we did get about 75% of the respondents who did not have students within the district and 25 that were parents, and the results were favorable. They showed that there is support for the bond and the measures that are in propositions. And so once we're able to schedule that, he will be able to share more detailed results. The results will definitely help us to message more appropriately to who to message to and what top line items seem to be important to voters. And that's the bond update. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Pichelle.
How well attended were the meetings that you've already had?
So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe 5. They were pretty well attended, much more participation with the families than we did last year. Go ahead.
I attended the ones from Kitty Hawk, and then I'll ask Dr. Fields to speak on his. The one at Kitty Hawk on one night, I would say a good 100 or more. And then also the second night also. It was very well attended. It was in the gym, and so it was very well attended. Dr. Fields?
I was at the one, Judson, on Wednesday, I believe it was, and we were in the cafeteria. And to give you an idea, I think the cafeteria seats like maybe 500. Every seat was full, and people were standing around. So the cafeteria was completely full. Completely. Yes, ma'am.
There were community meetings, also associated with some open houses, also at Woodlake Hills Middle School and Masters. And at Woodlake Hills Middle School, she passed out all of her flyers, and I gave her about 250 of them. 300 of them. So that's a good sign. So we're getting information out, and that's definitely what we want.
I'd like to hear some suggestions from the board of things that you would like for us to do differently or take into consideration, or anything that you have heard that maybe we need to act differently.
Are we able to, to push that video out to the community, are we allowed to buy, Facebook ads but you can push it out that way?
Go ahead.
So in order to do any type of political push as a school district, you have to be verified through that social media platform, and we're going through that process right now. We actually just got word that we are Instagram verified, and they're the same company, so we are thinking that we are going to get an approval through Facebook, which is where a lot of our followers are, hopefully soon. I know that Brianna is going to be following up, or if she hasn't already today, because we just got the notification from Instagram today. So once we're verified, we're able to do more of that type of pushing, whereas last year when we were not verified, they would block the content because it appeared to be political, and they did not allow that.
Ms. Eaton.
And we verified that we can do it that way through our legal counsel.
Yes, so we wouldn't do any kind of influential. We're just going to share the information out, like we are doing already with the, bond flyers and things like that.
Right. No, Dr. Taganoff has been sending everything to them.
Ms. Knoyer.
When will we get the dates for the city council meetings that will be?
I can send those out.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Because I want to put that on my calendar to make sure I'm at the ones I promised to be there.
I will get them to Ms. Holmes tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Mr. Macias.
I'm actually very impressed. It does seem quite well put together, the package, the information, obviously experience. We've been through this pretty recently, and so it's showing up on this. Are there any thoughts, Dr. Ball, to having individuals go into the community and deliver literature, facts only. But I like the grassroots aspect of touching the community in the schools.
Yes.
And I think it can be done in a non-political way, in
Right.
just passing information out. Is some thought to that?
Yes, we know we're doing it on October the 8th and the 15th. I hope I got the right dates. Did I get the right dates?
It's October the 8th and October 29th.
Okay, sorry. So I knew we had picked 2 dates on Saturday already. They coincide with our coffees. So we are planning that already.
Putting tennis shoes on and
We're
going
walking.
out? Exactly. Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
We have also contacted, I think Ms. DeLeon has already contacted almost all of the HOAs to either try to get on a meeting agenda or at least be able to put the information out. So she's sent out a lot of our flyers to our homeowners associations within our district as well.
I have one last question. Mr. Diaz asked me, so he said, hey, but last time, Dr. Ball, you mentioned about mailers. Did we see that as well as part of our efforts?
Yes, Nicole can speak on the mailers that we're going to send
We
out.
do have a mailer. We were just waiting on one more quote to make sure that we were getting a good price on being able to send that out. So yes, we will be doing one mailer for sure.
What's the timeline?
As soon as we get that last quote to send that out, it shouldn't take more than like 3 or 4 days for them, because they already have, the company we're expecting to be able to do it, they've got the addresses already and the print. And so we're just waiting to make sure that we've got the best price on the company to use. And so we're just waiting on that.
Just one tip, sending bulk mail has taken a little longer for them to reach households, so just be cognizant of that when you're doing your strategy.
Any other questions or comments?
Do you have a markup of the mail-out flyer? Well,
yes,
not
I can get that to
of
you.
the mailer? Okay.
I'll send it through Betty.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other last thoughts? All right, let's move on. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll move on to item 4B, report on Judson ISD financial advisory.
Mr. Atkins, I know, has been working with Dwayne, and there's a presentation for this.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Ball. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight to give you a report on financial advisory services and on the debt profile of the district. As you know, as you're adopting your budget tonight, you have your M&O, your maintenance and operations side of operations, and then you also have your INS, interest and sinking fund, which is the debt side. And the debt side is what we are focused on and work predominantly with the finance officer of the district. So first, wanted to just give you a quick rundown on the outstanding debt of the district. Here are the current issues that have some bonds still outstanding, some maturities outstanding. There's a small portion from a Series 2007 issue. Then there's bonds from 2015, 2016. There's actually 3 different series from 2016. And then 2017, 2020, and 2020. Some of these are refunding bonds. Some of these are new money bonds. And they all are listed on this deal and on this table, and in the middle is a call feature. And the call feature is when the bonds have an option to prepay. That's what we look for when we're looking at refunding opportunities, when we're looking at what bonds might be eligible to be defeased or redeemed as an action you all have taken these last 2 years. So you can see we have bonds that are coming callable in 2025. We have a number of bonds in 26 and then one bond in 2030. We look at it from a graphical perspective. This is a chart just showing how much principal is callable in each of those years. Obviously, 2026 has a lot of bonds. That's when we had those three different issues. Call dates are generally 10 years out from when you issue the bond. Sometimes we're able to do a little bit shorter, a 9 or an 8-year call, but the general rule is you'll see a 10-year call on most of the issues. So over the years, the board has taken action to achieve debt service savings through refundings, which are refinancings, and through the cash defeasances or early redemptions. These actions combined have saved the taxpayers over $97 million in interest savings, and that's since 2005. These actions have also created opportunities to continue to fund your needed securities and facilities needs. This chart lists the actual savings from the different issues that have occurred since 2005. You can see there's a whole variety of refunding issues, and then at the bottom, the defeasances or early redemptions, and that includes the projected savings from the defeasance action you all have taken for this year. So all in all, again, $97,094,000 in interest savings that the district has achieved through the board's actions. So now I want to take a look at how did those savings, what did they do for us, how did they help us? And so we'll look at a couple of graphs. So this first graph is a bar chart of the annual debt service requirements of the district. That's the principal and interest payments, and this is from 2019. So this was after the last bond election, after the Veterans Memorial was built. All the new money was done. Our debt service, the annual requirements were, if you look from 23 and out through 35, 36, those debt service requirements are in excess of $40 to $41 million. Most of them are over $41 million, and then they tail off. We normally structure, when we do the new issues, we try to structure a level debt service, annual debt service requirement, so that's a stable requirement going forward as you do your tax rates, so you don't have rates jumping up and down. Oh, this graph we're still in here on this one. This is a graph I'll just go over real quickly. So maybe a little confusing, but this is the interest rates on a 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, and 30-year tax-exempt bond, and shows how they've gone up. Where the peak in 2020 on the left-hand side, that was when the COVID situation hit and our markets got disrupted. Interest rates jumped up for a short time, then we came back down. And through 2020, and the little arrow is pointing to December of 2020, and that's when we were able to do the last refunding, the taxable refunding of the district's bonds, and achieved a significant savings at the time. We were fortunate to hit one of the lowest points of interest rates at that point. We have seen since then, obviously, rates have climbed, and more recently, climbing a little more quickly. So now we're back to the bar chart. We had that debt service in 2019. That was over the $41 million. And so we've done the refundings in 2020. You've had one defeasance that's been fully executed and one defeasance that's planned with your approval earlier this month or last month. And so what did that do to our debt service? So now, if we look where it's kind of bracketed with the red line from 24 through 39, where we were over $41 million in debt service, now for the most part, we're averaging around 38 to 39 million in debt service, so over $2 million less in each of those years. And in 2024 and 2025, from the defeasance last year, we took out bonds, so we have our debt services much farther, or decreased much more in that year. The defeasance that we are planning for this year is coming out of, maturity is being paid out of 2037, so that's why that bar is down. So that creates that $2 million of savings on average throughout that is what we're looking at as providing capacity for us to look at the new bond issue. thing there. So here's the bar chart. So the blue is the outstanding debt we just showed you, the outstanding principal and interest requirements. Then we have the green, the red, green, and purple to show the three issuances that are projected currently based on the new bond election that's being proposed to the voters. So we've talked through the planning on how the funds would be needed and when they would need to be issued, so you had the funds on hand, and we've determined we can break that up into three sales so we don't do it all at once, so we don't have that impact all on the taxpayers at one time. So you can see the red line would be the first issuance in early 23. The green bars would be the next year. We'd sell a portion of it, and then the purple would be the final installment. You'd have them all sold within 24 months, essentially, but it would be over 3 different fiscal years as you go forward. This is a projection right now. Once the bonds, we go past the election, have a successful election, we will continue to look through how that structure would be, and you would be able to approve. If we needed to change that in some fashion, we would. I would also note that after 2025, 2026, you'll see that it dips down a bit. We know there's additional needs for the district, so we're trying to allow some room there so that as you plan and look towards those next needs and the next possible bond election, whenever you decide that may be, that we have a spot for those bonds to kind of fill in too and try not to have a large impact at one time on the taxpayers. Now we just wanted to take a snapshot of how the district looked compared to some of the other neighboring districts in the San Antonio metropolitan area and just some others in the general area. So I want to note that this is for the 21-22 fiscal year. We don't have, all the districts do not have, you're in the process of adopting your tax rate. Other districts are in the same boat. So we don't have all the new tax rates. We don't have a lot of the new valuations all to put in this table yet. So again, this is from 21-22, and it does not include the new bond proposition you have to the voters. So Judson is listed at the top there. You can see we have the amount of debt, principal amount of debt currently outstanding, your taxable value, the debt to taxable value ratio, which is a number that's used by the rating agencies, by investors. We look at what that ratio is. The population from the district, the debt per capita for the population, again, the debt amount of principal of debt per the number of people in the district, the final maturity when the debt is completely paid off, what the M&O tax rate was and the INS tax rate was. So Judson, and we're going to break this down into some of the different categories, but based on the amount of debt, Judson falls in between Comal and Liberty Hill, the two that are highlighted in blue as far as the amount of debt. But we'll go through and look a little more closely at some of the other categories. So here's the debt that we just talked about. If we line them up across the board, Judson is the red bar. You can see the amount the different districts have. Obviously, we fall between Liberty Hill ISD, a very fast-growing district, and Comal ISD, another fast-growing district as well. And then with the larger districts that are to the right of that, Northeast, San Antonio, Austin, and North Side. That's the top chart. The bottom chart is the school district debt per capita. So again, this is the principal amount of debt by the population. Again, Judson falls in the middle of the pack, or on the little below the middle of the pack. And here we're in between Northside and Southwest ISD. Liberty Hill is the highest debt per capita. Navarro ISD has a high debt per capita. Comal, those are all fast growing districts with population coming in quickly. This is the taxable assessed valuation, the property wealth of the district. And again, the districts from the left-hand side going to the right, as the value grows, it's kind of a slow increase across there. Once we pass the Judson bar of red, you see they jump up pretty significantly. Again, that's Comal, San Antonio, Northeast, Northside, and Austin. As far as the debt ratio goes, the debt to assessed valuation, Judson, again, in the middle of the pack as far as that goes, and between Seguin ISD and Comal ISD. Austin on the low end of that with their very high taxable property values, and Harlandale, Liberty Hill, and Navarro on the other end of that. So with that, I was going to go into some of the other things that we do as financial advisor in working with the district throughout the year. Again, our focus is on the debt side. And so we work with the Assistant Superintendent of Finance to ensure the district is in compliance with the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, Rule 15C2-12, and their rules regarding the disclosure of required financial and operational information. So this includes the annual preparing, submitting, and filing of the continuing disclosure report to the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board EMMA system. That's an electronic filing system. This filing consists of two parts, your audited financial statements, and then also an update of other financial information, which is normally in your official statement or the offering document that we prepare when you go out for a bond sale. So this has to be done within 6 months of the fiscal year end, so that puts us at the end of December. We normally have a tickler. We'll get in contact with the finance officer, start getting the information together, go back and forth with that. Once we have the report prepared, we will send it back over for the finance officer to review, and once that's approved, then we go ahead and submit and file that on behalf of the district. This Rule 15C2-12 also requires that we make event filings. Originally they were called material event filings, now they just call them event filings if specific events occur, and these would include things like rating changes, bond rating changes, incurrence of financial obligations that aren't publicly sold, failing to make a debt service payment, notices of redemption or defeasance. So when those things occur, we will work with the district, make sure that those notices get filed accordingly. Incurrence of financial obligations could involve different things. You might have a large lease for copiers, or maybe you did it for buses. I'm not saying you do any of those, but those are the things when they come up, we would visit with, or the finance officer let us know. We determine whether they were material or significant, and if they're not, we don't have to do anything. If they are, that's when we would make a filing. We also coordinate and work with the district throughout the year at the intervals regarding rating reviews and surveillance in between the issuance of bonds. When we do go out, when the district has a bond sale, whether it's refunding or new money, we have to submit an application for ratings, and we go through a process with the rating agency. Currently, the district has an underlying rating on its own of AA2 from Moody's Investor Service and AA- from Fitch. AA2 is a very high credit rating. Both of those are very high credit ratings. AAA is the highest, and we do get an enhanced AAA rating from the Permanent School Fund Guarantee when that's normally available. There is some conversation that might be hitting capacity, which every once in a while it does, and then they have to do some differences with formulas to get us back in compliance. But we get that enhancement if we want. The rating agencies in between times, if you don't have a bond issue every 12 months, 18 months, they will contact and start asking some questions just due to their surveillance and review, make sure their rating is still applicable. And so we'll work with the finance officer to go through that and make sure we answer their questions and get them taken care of. We also work, as it comes to budget and tax time, looking at the debt service side of the budget and the tax rate. Usually early in the mid-spring or whatever, some of the conversations might start at that time. They really pick up once we get some preliminary values from the appraisal district and look at what those options are for a defeasance or redemption, or what refundings might be available. How can we help manage the debt side of the tax rate. We also, using kind of the dashboard we started this presentation with, use that to monitor market conditions, when the call dates are, and when there might be opportunities to present to the board to take action for refinancings for debt service savings. We also will look, when you do bond issues, there are arbitrage rules, and these are federal tax laws. Because you get the benefit of selling debt at tax-exempt interest rates, which are lower than taxable interest rates, you also fall under certain provisions that want to make sure you're not abusing that opportunity. And so that is that you don't sell debt at low tax-exempt rates, turn around and just invest the funds, don't actually spend them on projects to earn a higher rate of taxable interest, which you're allowed to do, and never do debt, just gain this positive arbitrage. So when you do a bond issue, there is an arbitrage yield that's calculated. We help monitor that and make sure that as the district earns interest on its bond proceeds, if we need to do any special calculations, that they are done. The district has someone that does. We don't do those actual calculations, but we provide the information on the arbitrage. If you should actually end up in a position of having earned excess positive arbitrage, you might be subject to rebating some of that interest back to the federal government. Also, as we go through the year, when there's purchases that come up, again, I'll use the buses as an example, potentially technology systems, whether you're looking at it from, there might not be a bond issue on the table to address those, and you need to maybe purchase bulk of them. We look at whether there might be beneficial to issue a tax note or something that could help you get a larger amount at a time, and then not have to break it up over multiple years to access those buses. And during legislative sessions, and now kind of all throughout the year, when there's different opportunities or different legislation brought to the table that might affect school districts, we do work through how will that impact. Obviously, again, our focus is on the debt side, but we have those conversations. And then, like you have been recently, when we get into the future bond elections, the conversations start again about how much can we do, what can we do with this kind of tax rate. We will prepare multiple different scenarios and projections to try to give the administration some ideas of what the limitations may or may not be, what the amounts can be, and what kind of tax rate impact it might be to go to the public with. And so we help put all that together. Sometimes that all happens before it gets back through all the committees and to the board as well. And our work with the district is that we don't get compensated except for when there is a bond issue. The continuing disclosure filings annually, all of those other natures, we do not charge extra for that. There are some that do, but we consider that. We help the district through the bond election process with that. We'll help and continue making sure that the disclosure is done properly in the years after. And I already mentioned we coordinate with the district with rating reviews in between the issuance of bonds. I think that comes to the end. I forgot there was one thing I didn't have there. With one instance that came up recently, we talked about the arbitrage. The IRS does every once in a while do audits of tax-exempt issuers. They did to Judson ISD in 2016 on a 2007 issue. And fortunately, with our history and experience, we had the records. We were able to help address that audit, make sure that there was no impact. The district was not in any trouble. It was a clean audit. Everything was done. It came up again through another audit of the district looking at items, and we were able to go back and pull the information from the original IRS audit. So Anyway, I'm sorry, now I'll stop.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Oh, Ms. Kenoy, thank you.
Thank you for sharing this information. Some of this lingo is new to me.
Right.
I have some investigating to do on my own, but I do appreciate you outlining everything you do. I know that, we have financial advisors and they help us particularly with our debt service, but this is very thorough and in-depth, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know why I'm turning my microphone off. The next thing is 4C, first reading of CH local purchasing and acquisition. Is there a presentation for this or just it's a first reading? No?
Yeah, it's just the first reading, and this was a recommendation from council. And so we're just bringing it forward to move forward with that.
Did anybody have questions about this?
And
Mr. Macias?
Mr. Atkins, just remind me, I know that we had that audit a few months ago where there was also some advice to update procurement. We did that already, right?
This is changing the policy.
Yes, yes.
We've already changed the process.
Okay.
Now we're just making sure the policy matches.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this one? Okay. We'll go on to item 4D, discuss Hall of Honor timeline and request for community member recommendations.
Yes, this is the time when we start to look at and for our Hall of Honor. So I know that Lexi and Nicole have been working on this and want to see if the board has any recommendations for who they would like to serve on that committee.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ball. We are really excited to be able to honor influential and people who reflect a positive example of our district, and this is our way that we do this, and we recognize somebody in the athletic and the civic areas for our Hall of Honor. Just a brief overview of the timeline for this year. Applications will open this Monday, September 19th, and they will be open through Friday, November 4th. We'll have packet reviews for our committee members, and the selection committee will be meeting in person to select our recipients on December 6th. So this is just a call to see if the board would recommend 3 committee members to serve on our selection committee. It is what is written in our criteria. The board did approve those last year when we did the revamp of the Hall of Honor criteria. So we are asking that if you have any recommendations for community members to serve on the selection committee for Hall of Honor, that those be submitted to Ms. Holmes by October 21st. And I'll send some reminders throughout with the Friday notes to see if there are any interested people in your community that you think would be a good fit to serve on this committee. Just a small update. So I'll take any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. We are now to our consent agenda. So we have a very robust consent agenda this month. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. So if there is anybody who would like to pull an item, please let us know now. Is there anybody who would like to pull an item from consent? Mr. Macias.
Yes, and you're right, this is record-breaking. I've sat through hundreds of meetings and never seen AA. Yeah, I do have several that I'd like to pull. Some are brief, but needless to say, letter, just want me to give you the letters,
The
right?
letters, yeah, that's fine.
Letter B.
Okay.
Letter D. Letter O. Letter S. U. V. W. And double B.
Okay. All right. Are there any others? Okay. Okay. If there are no other items to be pulled, we're going to go ahead and vote on the consent agendas. Items A, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, T, X, Y, Z, AA, and CC.
I move we approve the items listed by Board President.
Thank you.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. All right, so those items have been approved unanimously. So we're going to discuss, the first one that was pulled is letter B, consider and take action regarding approving the expenditure equal to or greater than $50,000. Mr. Macias, you pulled this one.
Yes, and just for the sake of the community, I did the math, and the items that were in consent, 6.4 million were bond-related, 3 million were from local funds, 658,000 was ESSER. So I think it's always really cool to kind of have an opportunity to address why we're spending those dollars and what's happening. So in terms of this particular item, I have just a couple questions. One, I couldn't understand, I know that it lists what the funding sources are for them, but I wanted to know if they were budgeted or if we're using fund balance to cover the local funds.
I do believe, like on the College Board, that one was bullet.
Those are budgeted.
Mhm.
The ESSER, of course, we had in the plan, and both of those go together. The turf products, yes, sir, that's budgeted. And Indico was not budgeted because we had to add 6 classrooms at the pre-K level.
Okay, that's for 90,000.
Yes. I mean, it wasn't budgeted for that, but it is in the budget, I guess is what I should say.
Okay, so we would have approved it then in June.
Correct.
Okay, so they were all budgeted then?
Yes, sir.
And then the only thing I'd ask Dr. Ball is I do want an updated breakdown of our ESSER fund too. And since ESSER fund round 1 is done, there should be some actuals. I'd like to see what those actuals look like as well.
Okay.
So if you could provide that. That's all I have on this item.
No problem.
Does anybody else have questions about item B? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Okay, item B passes unanimously. We'll go on to item D, consider and take action regarding approving the attached amendments to the budget for the 2023 fiscal year.
Yes, this is pertaining to the tennis courts. Is this
Correct. That was approved last month by the board, but now what we're doing is actually getting the funds because that was not something that was budgeted for. So making that budget amendment.
Okay, there are several in this agenda, so on the consent, but we're using local funds for this, correct?
Correct, yes.
And when we go for these particular projects, will there be another process to acquire, I guess, the vendors for this work?
We specifically for the track? Excuse me, for
track.
the tennis courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we did go through that process.
Okay. And so I guess my point for pulling this was also just to know that there are some things that we are obviously making an investment. This
Yes,
was not
sir.
budgeted. This is fund balance money that we're
Correct.
using. We're doing these improvements and we're making the investment because obviously they are in need of repair.
Yes.
And I just would like the community to know that some of these actions, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are due to the fact that we had a failed bond in November of 21. Would that be appropriate
Correct.
to say?
Mhm.
And of course, we still need the improvements.
Right.
So,
So I would like to thank the board for approving these items from our fund balance because I know that myself personally seeing the tennis courts, it is something that is very needed. So I thank the board for putting the students first and getting this done. So I know it's sometimes difficult to spend from the fund balance, but the board is very much appreciated for doing this. I know it'll make a huge difference to our students.
Well, I just know there were a lot of missed opportunities, not missed, wrong word. There were a lot of opportunities that weren't fulfilled because of the failed bond, and moving forward, we still have a obligation to provide, top-notch service to our students. All right, that's all I have for this one. Thank you.
Does anybody else have questions about item D? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the attached amendments to the budget for the 2023 fiscal year.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, item passes unanimously. We'll go on to item O. Consider and take action regarding approving amending the 2022-23 instructional calendar to reflect November 8th, 2022 becoming a staff development day.
Yes, and I asked for just because of this has a high community interest in terms of our decision to allocate that day for professional development. I'm in support of it, and I think it's a great move, and just want to thank the Dr. Ball administration for bringing that forward. That's all I have to say on that.
And we thank the board for the support in making sure that all our students are safe on that day. So thank you.
Yes, Ms. Eaton.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Dr. Ball and the staff for this change, because I had a great deal of concern about the security part of that, being that so many of our schools, in fact, it says here tentatively 11 of them are going to be used as voting facilities. And so I just thought, we might not have the students there that day. Thank you, Dr. Ball.
Ms. Kenoy.
Thank you.
I'd just like to suggest that perhaps we consider this as an annual day on our calendar, looking at voting.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure the
I'm not
committee
sure-
looks at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions about this? Okay.
I move that we approve amending the 2022-23 instructional calendar to reflect the following: November 8th, 2022, change to staff development / student holiday to ensure the safety and security of our students, while tentatively 11 schools or campuses are polling sites.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote. I don't think it got yours. Renee, I don't think it got your vote. There we go. Okay, thank you. All right, that has been passed unanimously. We'll go on to letter S. Consider and take action regarding approval of design services and schematic design for Hartman Elementary chiller replacement. Mr. Macias.
Thank you. This one kind of just grabbed, I'll tell you, there were a few questions I had on this one, Dr. Ball.
Yes, sir.
And one is that we didn't have a lot of backup on several of them. I don't know if this is the one, but there were some that just had very limited information behind it. So first off, I guess the immediate question while I get to that agenda item is, why are we using local funds only for this particular one? And there are similar ones that we'll touch next that are using bond funds. So I wanted to better understand why we're using local funds for this particular item.
Sure. Helen, you want to address this one a little bit in regards to the work you've been doing with our funds?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Ms. Rodriguez, board members, and Dr. Ball. So on Hartman, it is, let me back up. So you will see chillers for Candlewood, but they're part of the bond, okay? And so it is a project that's specifically listed that needs to be taken care of with bond funds, right? Hartman, it's not listed on the bond for 2016 to replace those chillers. So that's the difference there between the two funding sources. The issue that we're dealing with is the marketplace right now as far as trying to order this equipment. The lead times have been about 9 months, which means the soonest we could get them would be next summer. But I heard even as of yesterday that it could be as much as 11 or 12. So some of the chillers that we have, we're putting a lot of money into them just to keep them limping along, and we're just hopeful that we can make it 12 months until we get new chillers. So we're evaluating what do we have that could potentially break. That's a long lead item that we need to order now, which is why we're bringing the Hartman one to you as well.
And that's what's motivating us to use local funds because of the increased prices.
For Hartman, yes.
But the other ones, and again, I will talk about them when we get there, but
Right,
just
sure.
in generality, the other ones have 2016 bond and 2017 bond tied to them. We just
Right.
didn't have bond funding for this project?
Right, for Hartman.
Okay. And so just so I understand, since we're using local dollars, what I mentioned about backup, I don't see anything in terms of what the next step is. I see the cost. So will we go out for RFQ next?
So we will actually bid this. So in order to put together the spreadsheet for you that shows the itemized, its opinion of probable cost, we do make calls to inquire how much do we think this is going to cost. But we will hire an engineer. It's required by code for us to do that. We will do a bid package. We will competitively bid it, and we will bring it back to you with the actual cost. I was just trying to give you some idea of how much money we thought it was going to be, which is why I provided the opinion and probable costs on Hartman.
And I guess my last, we should have a master plan, right, for facilities, we've talked about that.
Sir, we are going to talk about that in BB.
Okay, yeah,
Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we don't have a master plan?
Correct. So
Okay.
that's why.
So,
BB.
I guess we've just been moving along. Whenever there's an issue, we've been addressing it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Atkins, did you want to comment?
Yes, sir. We are tracking these as we approve the reimbursement resolution later in the meeting. These items could be reimbursed by the bond if it passes.
And I was going to ask that last one because we should possibly have some completed projects that would have the ability. So we do have an opportunity to get this reimbursed.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. In terms of the plan, I keep thinking, what was our roofing plan? I know that Dr. Fields had mentioned that in the past. We've talked about roofing plans. Was that part of a previous master plan administrations ago, or Dr. Fields, do you know?
The roofing plan that we had before, Mr. Macias, really came from that hailstorm that came in that time. And the insurance company came in and said these are the ones. They actually inspected all of our roofs and said these were the ones that need to be replaced because of, and we received funding to get those done.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Are there any other questions? Okay. So I'm just one clarifying. So to synthesize, these things that say schematic services, design services and schematics doesn't mean we're actually approving the purchase quite yet. It's like we're approving this going out for bid, correct?
Yes, you're actually approving and giving us the ability to go out and actually hire the services of an engineer, get a bid package done, which will come back to you anyway during the schematic phase and the 95% construction drawings, right? Then we will bid it, we will evaluate, make a recommendation to the board, and you'll approve the cost at that time.
So we're not approving like, for example, this Hartman chiller looks like it says $719,000.
Right.
We're not approving that expenditure right this minute. But that's what we estimate it could cost. Okay.
Yes, that's what we're estimating it could cost, but you're not approving that cost today.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And that's for U, V, and W.
Yep. Okay.
So that'll come back, as you said, Helen, right? We'll get an accurate figure.
Absolutely.
And you're giving us a ballpark of what that would look like?
I'm giving you a ballpark so that you can, make an educated, informed decision on us moving forward with this.
Well, whenever I see local funds and then 719, I'm not assuming it's just window dressing. I'm thinking we're about to pull the trigger on 719,000, and I want to make sure.
Yes.
So I appreciate that clarity. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for asking that question.
All right. Are there any other questions? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the design services and schematic design for Hartman Elementary School chiller replacement.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. No, it's no problem. Sometimes they don't work. All right, thank you. So that has been approved unanimously, and we will go on to, sorry, that was S, so we'll go on to U, consider and take action regarding approval for Candlewood chiller replacement.
Just to expedite this conversation, same thing, same process. We're not asking for $722,000 from our bond. That's just an estimate until you do the work.
Yes, so on Candlewood, something slightly different. Candlewood will be actually 2 bid packages. So bid package 1, so we can order the chillers, is chiller work only, okay? And the electrical associated with the chillers. Bid package 2 on Candlewood will be the life skills area, the administration, the library renovations, all those miscellaneous interior renovations. Those will come back to you as well, and that will be Candlewood bid package 2. Right now, we're just trying to expedite ordering chillers, so we will bring that back to you. Yes. So you're not approving the number, you're just approving us moving forward with the design for package 1.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the design and services and schematic design for Candlewood Elementary School Phase 1 chiller replacement.
I'll second that, and we can proceed to vote. I forgot to vote. There we go. All right, that passes unanimously. We'll go on to item U. Consider and take action regarding approval of design services and schematic.
B.
Sorry.
B.
We just did.
U.
Sorry, I was starting to read V and I said U.
Okay.
So many letters. V, consider and take action regarding the approval of design services and schematic design for Coronado Village Elementary School Phase 1 covered walkway.
Yes, again, thank you. I feel like we'll be done with this in about 60 seconds, so, which is great. But I'm looking at the consent item and the recommendation, and as I was reviewing it, it almost seems as I read the recommendation and impact that we're spending the money. So again, I do appreciate the clarity on that. And when would we get this back? Because on the information, it has a timeline for the product, but when should we expect to see this come back to us?
These projects, all 3 of these, will come back to you in November.
Okay.
But
Right.
with the pricing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the design service and schematic design for Coronado Village Elementary School Phase 1 covered walkway.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll proceed to vote. Okay, that item passes unanimously. We'll go on to W. Consider and take action regarding approval of design services and schematic design for Wagner High School track replacement.
So I want to be clear on this one is that we're doing the same thing in regards to looking at that. One of the things I'm constantly telling the board is that it would be expensive. But instead of just telling you that it would be expensive, I want to bring back a number so then we can look at whether we have to wait for another bond, we use our current bond funds that we have left over, or we have to maybe take it from fund balance, or a little bit of both. But at least this gives us the good information to start to have that data as we look to take care of the Wagner area also.
I appreciate that, Dr. Ball. Thank you. This obviously is a very significant issue for the students at Wagner. Obviously, being real, there's some sensitivity from our community about supporting additional athletic programs, but in all fairness, Wagner does need this track. I'm hopeful that at some point we can get bond funds, but this is what I wanted to make sure and why I pulled it, because now that I understand what you're doing in this respect, the thing that I want to make sure is that we don't appear to be using bond money, because the resource here looks like it's tapping into bond money.
It is on Wagner.
And so what I want us to be careful about is that there is not the appearance that we are maybe not completing bond projects, because $5.5 million is a lot of money to just have extra on a bond. So we have to convey how we acquired that amount. Can we, I guess, split that if we get to a point where we know we don't have 5.5 in any extra projects, because we want every project done appropriately, and then have it sort of with local funds and...
Exactly, and that's why this allows us to get that accurate number for the board and then bring back options and say, this is how we would be able to pay for this.
Okay.
So this is the process that I know it seems a little bit lengthy, and it is, but this is the right process in order to move forward.
Well, and that's really the important part of this one. I mean, now that I'm getting the understanding that we're not actually ready to go, there will be some additional conversations. We will evaluate that. But the way it was written, I'm just telling you, I was concerned. So at least I feel like we have some steps to go through first.
Well, and we'll add additional clarity now that I know a little bit more what you're looking for. This is a somewhat new process as far as bringing things to you in advance of starting design, so that you're aware of the 2016 projects that are coming to you and the status of where they are in the process. So on the future items, I'll put a little bit lengthier description of timeline for bidding and all that sort of thing.
And just because we're talking about this, you've identified the 2017 bond for this $5.5 million. So we're giving you authorization now to go look for it. Is there really 5.5 in 2017, or are you just using that to sort of qualify it? Okay, so tell me a little bit about that. We'll get ahead of it. What's that about?
Yes, so on 2017, everything that was outlined in the bond for 2017 for veterans has been taken care of 100%. So we currently have about $14 million. We have a project fixing to go out to bid for the additional parking, which we brought to you a few months ago. I'd have to look, I think it was May. Tonight we brought the schematic design drawing, so it's fixing to go out for bid. It will likely come in about $6.5 million for that additional parking. And then, and then we would have a balance of approximately 9 after that, 8.5. And so we would use a portion of those surplus monies, and we would ask you to let us do a budget transfer to pay for the track at Wagner, because everything else at Veterans that was in 2017 bond is 100% completed.
And that was a smaller bond, so it would be cleaner as well, right?
It's much cleaner, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions on this item? Right. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the design service and schematic design for Wagner High School track replacement.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. And that passes unanimously. I just realized that was W for Wagner. I don't know if that was intentional.
It wasn't planned that way, but we'll take it.
All right. And then the last item that was pulled is item BB, consider and take action regarding approving the facilities master plan.
Thank you. So let me ask something. Now that I've seen the layout of the previous ones, are we simply asking, and we're going to go out for RFQ on these services for this master plan? Or is this one, tell me a little bit about, that's what I'm assuming. So is that the assumption? Or is that true, I mean?
So we did an RFQ for architectural services and engineering services last year. So we are pulling from the already ranked and board-approved architects for this work, okay? So we don't need to do an additional RFQ for that because we already have one in place.
How far back was that RFQ done? You said last year?
It was last year, and it was for a period of 2 years with an option to extend it another 2 or 3. I'd have to go back and verify the extension, but it was for a minimum of 2 plus an extension.
Well, that information was not part of the board pack, so I don't see that ranking or any of that information.
It's already been approved.
Yeah, it's already been approved by the board. It was approved by the board last year.
It would
All
still
that
be-
ranking was given at that time.
I can appreciate that, but in terms of a better understanding of what that looked like, it still would be helpful to have that information so that I can know exactly what's happened. Last year is last year. I'm not going to remember what we discussed a year ago unless I'm reviewing and looking. So I would have hoped that that would have been here because now, again, I'm looking at the format. This isn't one you're asking to go out. You're telling me this one is already done, and we just want to move forward with it. So you're asking for approval today, Dr. Ball, on this one. I don't disagree with the idea that we need a master plan. I just always like to make sure that we've had that ranking. We've gone through the bid process. You say that we have.
We did.
And then I would then like to see the information for that. And at this point, I don't see it. So that's where I have my questions.
Okay.
I'll yield for a second before I have other questions, in case anyone else has something to say.
Are there other questions?
The RFQ process, is that the one that we started implementing tiered approaches to allow small businesses, medium-sized firms, and large firms?
Yes.
Is LPA, where
Yes,
is
sir.
LPA falling in? Where does LPA fall in those
They're
tiers?
the larger tier.
Okay. And was it required for the larger firm to take on this work, or could a small, local, or Texas-based firm have done it?
I think you could pull from any of the 3 categories. The smaller firms don't have as many resources, and some of them do not specialize in doing master planning. For a district our size, I do know that LPA has done a lot of master planning, and they have done a lot of work with the district previously on previous bonds.
Is LPA
There's
unique?
probably 6 different architects that could help us with that work.
Okay. Is LPA uniquely and solely positioned within our list to do this work?
I'm not sure I understand the
Are
question,
they
so.
out of the list that we have?
Yes.
I just heard you say, I just heard you answer me, but just to be completely clear,
Yes.
of the list that we have of all providers that are large enough and resourced enough to do this work, are there multiples?
There could be multiple,
There could
yes,
be multiples.
that have done master planning for school districts in San Antonio.
Okay. Does only one firm have to do this work, or can 2 firms do the work?
I would think because it is a master plan, so let me explain a little bit about a master plan. So a master plan, what we're doing and what we want to do, when I came to you previously on doing the assessments, and I hear Mr. Macias in how are we tracking what's going on with our equipment and our facilities and our grounds and everything else, and how are we going to wrap our arms around it and move the district forward in an organized way. Okay, so the board gave us approval to do the assessments. So we hired architectural firms, they've gone out, they've done assessments of interiors and exteriors of our campuses, and we now have all that data, okay? So what we need to do, facilities planning and maintenance, is then come back and put together a schedule. How old are the chillers? How old are the boilers? How old is the roof? How old is the asphalt? When does it need to be redone, et cetera? But in addition to that, that's just one component. In addition to that, you take the assessments, and you also tie it with curriculum, technology. Like, where are we trying to move the district forward? What are the goals? Where are we trying to go? That's community input, board member input, our input, facilities input, et cetera. So the master's plan is really just going to bring all those things together. And that's what it's meant to do. From an educational standpoint, design guidelines, community input, that's what the master plan is.
Again, and that part I completely agree with. I'm excited to see this, but now I guess my thing is I'd like to see all the information. And say, looking at this form, I wish I could show the community the form, but the form that you provided and all of the previous items was just an ask for resources. This one is set up and it is live, and we're approving $443,500. Yes. And it looks the same to me. I'm reading my agenda, and it looks like we're, so now I'm thinking, based on the other agenda items, this one's just asking. So what would be helpful is that if we've already approved something and we have the rankings, that this then would have that information so I could start to distinguish in my board book that this is action that's a continuance, actually. That's what it seems like. We're just continuing with the action.
We can do that.
But, and because we don't need to have a master plan today, I'm going to ask to table this until we get that information, and that way I have an opportunity to see what that looks like. Again, this was a year ago. And the other part that's sort of in the back of my mind is that we can find local talent to do these type of assessments. I didn't even know what LPA stood for. It was just it's LPA. And I like to do my homework. So if this one's not just asking, but we've already done it, there's just not enough information. And just, Dr. Ball, the reference, there is a CV local that we use for purchases and acquisitions that requires that we have the ranking and backup. This would have just been easy to plug that in so that we could have that information. So at this point, because it's not urgent, we don't need to have a master plan tomorrow, but certainly want to have a master plan, I'll move that we table this until we get that information. It could be as early as next month.
Can I just share some information before y'all decide to do that? Because I do consider this urgent, and we did go through the right process and bring this to the board to approve the list. So we did go through the correct process. And at that time, the board didn't share that there were any concerns. When we went and shared those companies, no concern was brought up about LPA, and now this concern about it being local or something like that. So we did go through the right process.
And I'm not saying we didn't. I believe that you guys, but I don't have that information. I can't review what we said a year ago. And I don't know why it took a year for us to get this back. Anyway, that was a long time ago if it was a year ago.
No, but that's the way we do this. We take it, so we know it's kind of like a list, just like we did our vendors. Mm-hmm. So now we took it at the very beginning of the year, and now the board, we have that list to use for the entire year. Same thing with this. We took that list so the board knew that these are the people we're going to choose from, and the board actually gave us the okay to choose from those people. So I have to be honest and say I don't understand when this is something that you can see from all the other agenda items, something that we truly do need.
And I'm not disagreeing either with either of you. We need a master plan, and that's going to set us on the right course. All I'm saying is that the information wasn't provided. I would feel comfortable knowing what that information is, and I do believe we have 1 month. We can wait till next board meeting, and I can get that information, and I can make an assessment based on that. And I may recommend that we go back out. I do value the local talent. If my colleagues don't agree with me, then they don't have to support that motion. But bottom line, I'd like an opportunity to take a pause. Clearly, the information wasn't here. I felt silly because I thought this was, again, an ask that we've already done. I would have liked to have known that reading my board book, and I was not aware of that. So at this point...
The only thing I might add, just so that you know,
Sure.
is at the point in time that we brought the engineering services and the architectural services to the board, the grading criteria was attached. Now, I do believe it was before May, so it may have happened prior to you being back on the board, but we did provide all
here.
that backup
You were here.
information.
Yeah, I was
because
probably
it's
here.
exhaustive.
No, he was here.
Was he? Okay.
Yep.
All
So, and again, I'm only asking for 30 days. Again, I believe you guys, this is very important, but we're in the middle of other processes. We can stall a month, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will give me an opportunity just to get the information. If not, I still would like to see the information regardless. So, so anyway, my motion's still out there. I still move that we table this till next month's meeting.
Okay, so can I make sure I have clarity
Let's
on
wait
what
and
you
see
would
what
like?
they decide, Helen.
Yeah, I need a second.
Oh, sorry.
I got a
Sorry.
question. Does this item need to, for your timeline, does it have to be voted on today?
Yes, sir. I'm working on a lot of projects that just a month might not seem like a long time, but in reality, a month is a long time.
Why does it cause you heartburn?
It causes me heartburn because of all the work that we're trying to do. Having a master plan keeps us on the timeline of knowing the projects that need to get done. So then I'm not coming up to the last minute to the board.
Feels kind of last minute right now for having to vote right now.
I don't see how it could feel like the last minute because we did go through the process.
No, for sure. Let's set aside the process.
Mhm.
So if you need it today, then this is last minute. Would you agree? No? So all I'm saying is, if we need to get it done today, then this is like the last moment to do it. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't feel like, yes, I need it done today, but I don't feel like I did anything wrong to say.
No,
okay.
I'm not. I don't think you did anything wrong at all. My
To
perspective
stay
is slightly.
within the timeline, I guess, to stay within our work timeline, that's why waiting a month is putting me back.
Just say that.
Okay.
So just regardless of how I vote in a second or however we proceed, understand something that's incredibly important as a general statement, period. There is a tremendous difference between going with an out-of-state firm and with a local firm. In these market conditions, when times are tough for small and medium local business, if it doesn't make any difference to us because both firms are qualified, the preference should always be to the local because those are our neighbors. So you didn't do anything wrong. It's a matter of the perspective and the approach to making the decision. That's why I said, if Ms. Helen, if you had told me LPA is uniquely positioned to do this, nobody else on this list can do it, cool, I agree then. But if it is not, they are not, then it is staff's discretion to then select somebody else locally. And that's a matter of priority. If that is not a priority for staff, then that's something that the board will have to take up as policy to ensure that that does become a priority within the discretion you have.
And
That's
now-
all I'm saying.
Right, and now I understand moving forward, I guess, and if I missed that part, then it's certainly on me, but I didn't realize that now a very high consideration that the board would have for me is to definitely stick to local. Am I getting that right?
That's been communicated several times, and I think if you look around to municipality to municipality, that is always kind of a standing preference. But understand something, there are caveats and nuances to that statement. So what I don't want you to do, personally, is swing the pendulum all the way and go, no, they gotta be local. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if a local or a Texas-based firm can do work, then we look at them first. We prioritize them. If they cannot, to the best of the ability for the benefit of our students, then we look somewhere else. But again, from a community perspective, that's always got to be at the back of your mind, because these are the folks that we live with. And
okay.
Ms. Eaton, you have a question?
Yes. Ms. Helen?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you happen to remember how many companies were on that list? You might have said it when went out, and I apologize for that, but do you?
No, ma'am, and to be 100% correct, I will have to pull the list, but when we received the responses from architect and engineer firms, we had over 15 on each list. So
Right.
I can provide that information to you. It was a year ago, so a little rusty. but
Because I vaguely remember it, but I could
Yes.
not begin to tell you.
Yes, so
who-
we did
who's
go,
on the
we went
list.
through, we looked at their qualifications, we ranked them. We had large firms, medium firms, and smaller firms, because some of the smaller firms had 2 or 3 employees. So I totally understand the board's position. We have to pay attention to what we're asking them to do and what their workforce is and all that sort of thing. So I can certainly pull the information. I know we had good responses from both architects and engineers, and I'm happy to provide that.
And 2 points of clarity. We did not sign a contract obligating if we approve this in May, right? So we do have flexibility still because environments and conditions change. And then secondly, I keep thinking about the fact that we have a November bond on the ballot. And one thing that I've noticed is that every time we go through a bond, and if it fails, it throws the whole plan off. We have to go back and we have to do everything over again. So it may actually be better to wait until November to start doing a master plan based on all of the bond projects that would be approved potentially. And that way you don't have to go back and rewrite everything.
Right.
So again, I understand the sense of urgency, Dr. Ball. I agree with all of you that this is something this district needs. But I do disagree with the fact that we need to do it today. And so that's, again, with all those descriptions is why I'm asking, give it a little time, give us a little more information, and then let's figure out how we want to position it. And so I'm still good with the 30-day. We can still look at it in October, but I'm still concerned about the November election and what that could potentially do with that plan. And I would imagine, clarify this plan or this would actually touch everything. So the technology that we're asking for and everything else. Anyway, that's all. Again, I still have my motion. No one seconded it, so right now it looks like we may not get anywhere. So I have a second.
Second.
Okay. So now we
So
can.
the motion is to table.
For 30 days, next month.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Under what are the conditions? What did you want?
Essentially, what I'd like is just the information from when we approved it to be included in this packet. It's not included now, so I would like to see that. And then, of course, when we have that information, we can continue the discussion on if we want to wait till after the bond, but then by then I'll have the information here, and that would be the right time to say and ask the question: do we want to localize it? But I don't even know who bid on it, what the rankings were, how far they were, any of those things.
Just for our learning purposes, Helen, educate us. When you do an RFQ that you
But
create a list.
Can I pause? Because we have a motion and a second, so we need to
Okay.
proceed to vote, no? I mean, the discussion is once, huh? We can still discuss? All right. I'm ready to move on, but you can ask your question.
Like, just so we're all clear.
Yes, sir.
When you do an RFQ list, we have an approved list, those folks, beyond that RFQ point, the rankings won't really matter though, right? Because they've all been approved. Is that fair?
So what we did is we issued an RFQ for architectural services. And what we did is we grouped it by size because we were having some struggles on 2016 bond projects with firms not having enough employees that they could actually appropriately provide the services for us. So what we thought would be prudent is to make a list. Here are the top larger firms qualified, because we have thousands of pages of information to support it. And we did have a committee of people who went through and evaluated all these submissions, and everyone voted independently of each other. Okay, then we put all those scores together, and that's how those people bubble to the top, if you will. So then we had them in classes: large-scale architectural firms, medium-size, and then small. And the small ones, I mean, they'll be the first to tell you. I only have 5 people in my office. Right. So, I mean, they're accustomed to that. It's a very industry-wide, it's something they're very accustomed to seeing, right? We don't want to put them in a position where they can't perform, and we certainly don't want to be in a position where they don't perform, right? Because we don't have a lot of options. So what we did is we got all their qualifications. We did the same exact thing for engineering firms. And we put a time frame on it, because this is not something that you want to do every single year. It's a massive effort. It's a lot of information. Everyone has to review it, score it independently. We don't try to sway what somebody else's thoughts are. And so to do it every single year is not really feasible. So what is customary across the districts is they would do it every 2 years with an option to extend it. Because if you have projects that are in the middle of construction that are large, potentially like the middle school, those relationships are really important, and so you want to build on those as much as you can. So what we did was 2 years minimum, option to extend it with the 3 categories of architecture firms. So that's what we did.
So when you bring back the information that Mr. Macias is asking for, because you're asking for a ranking
We'll provide him the same information we brought to the board last
of the
year.
original ranking. So
Yes.
just level set your expectation. You're not going to get a ranking based on this project.
no,
Okay, cool. All right.
Yes, we can provide that. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to table this item, and we have a second, so we're going to proceed to vote. Okay, that motion passes 4-3. So this item is tabled and will be brought back in October.
Can I make a comment real quick? Mr. Macias could have gotten this information if he had made a phone call to Dr. Ball previously rather than waiting till tonight to pull the item. Just my comment.
So, say again? I think we need to move on to item 6A. Consider and take action regarding approving the adoption of the 2022 tax rate for the Judson Independent School District. This is something that we already heard a presentation on in the, not a special meeting, public hearing. Yes. It's like, that was hours ago. What was that called? Are there any questions about this? Okay. I move that the property tax rate be decreased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.2200, which is effectively a 3.93% decrease in the tax rate. The total tax rate consists of a rate of $0.8546 for maintenance and operations and a rate of $0.3654 for debt service. Do I have a second?
Second.
that was quick. All right.
And I have a quick comment on that, if I can interject that.
I asked for comments.
I'm sorry, you went too quick for me.
Okay.
But it's just a brief one, and it's to Dr. Ball. Obviously, this will be updated for our information for the community in terms of its connection to the bond.
What's your question? I don't understand the question.
This is a great opportunity. We're decreasing the tax
Correct.
rate.
Yes.
I just want an affirmation, and Nicole's over there nodding aggressively. So yes, I just want to make sure that this is going to be incorporated in our language and narrative for
I don't
bond.
want anybody to confuse it that our bond is still a tax rate.
No, it is, but we have the ability to say we're increasing taxes for the bond, but we're decreasing the tax rate, and I think that's good. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so this one we need to do as a roll call vote. So I'm going to call each person and ask for your vote. Ms. Pichelle.
Renee Pichelle, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Macias.
I approve.
Mr. Diaz.
Rafa Diaz, aye.
Ms. Knoyer.
Suzanne Canoyer, aye.
Ms. King.
Shatanya King, aye.
Ms. Eaton.
Deborah Eaton, aye.
And I, Jennifer Rodriguez, vote yes. So that passes item 6A. I'm going to write a 6 at the top. All right, going on to 6B. Consider and take possible action regarding approving the selection of a delegate and alternate delegate for the 2022 TASB Delegate Assembly. Is there So I believe this is one where we need to choose somebody at the upcoming TASB conference to attend the delegate assembly. Is there anybody who would like to do that? Oh boy, everybody's.
Well, Ms. Rodriguez, I mean.
Say again?
There's a couple of us that have done it before.
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
giving
I've
somebody else an
done it before,
opportunity.
yeah.
I've done it before, Ms. Canoyer's done it, you've done it. So it should maybe,
Mr. Diaz did it? Okay.
Yeah, Ms. King hasn't done it.
Ms. Eaton can do it? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
And Ms. King can be the alternate?
yeah, because there has to be an alternate.
There has to be an alternate. Thank you, Ms. King, for stepping up and volunteering.
It's a really good learning experience to
is.
see, and I think particularly in a legislative year, they do a lot of things to talk about the upcoming legislative agenda that TASB is going to advocate for. So I learned a lot from doing it. Thank you very much.
And the school districts also have some advocacy
Yes.
concerns.
Yeah.
It's great knowledge to find
Right.
out what the other districts want.
Okay, so
I move we appoint
thank you.
Ms. Eaton as the delegate and Ms. King as the alternate for the TASB Delegate Assembly.
Second. Give me. All right, that passes unanimously. Item C, consider and take possible action regarding approval of adjustments to the 2022-23 compensation plan. Dr. Ball.
So what you have before you is two things. One of them is a stipend for dynasticians. Our district has 3 dynasticians, and it would be a stipend of $2,000. That's something different that we would be adding. And then the next few pages, starting on page 3, is something that was left out of our compensation plan. It is what we pay people to work some of our athletic events, and those are the extra personnel that are needed. Everything from clock workers, ticket takers, and that's what we pay those individuals to work the games. And I'd certainly welcome any questions.
Are there any questions or comments on this?
I do.
Mr. Macias.
Dr. Ball, thank you. I know that it's tough being a superintendent. You're always addressing a lot of questions, but I do appreciate your affirmation to continue to look to help our employees. And we're still dealing with compensation, which is great because we're still trying to be proactive. So I just want to thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, all right, is there a motion?
I move we approve the adjustments to the 2022-23 compensation plan as presented.
Second. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. There you go. All right, that passes unanimously. And we'll move on to item E, discuss, or no,
Oh,
did
D,
I,
D,
sorry.
D.
See, I keep checking things
okay.
before we voted. Okay, consideration and approval of a resolution related to establishing the district's intention to reimburse itself for the prior lawful expenditure of funds relating to constructing and equipping various district improvements from the proceeds of tax-exempt obligations to be issued by the district for authorized purposes, authorizing other matters incident and related thereto, and providing an effective date. Is there anything you want to say about that, Dr. Ball?
No, unless there's some questions about it.
I had a tiny question,
Sure.
and this is super nitpicky, but when I was reading the resolution, it said that it said on the very first page, considered at an election on November 1st, 2022, but I believe
It's 8th.
our election, okay, so will that be fixed
Yes,
before?
you sign.
Okay.
Yep. Mhm.
All right. Did anybody else have any questions? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we I move that we approve the resolution as read in item 6D.
Okay. Second, and so we can proceed to vote. All right, that motion passes unanimously. And now we'll go on to E, discuss and take possible action to address district-wide student enrollment policies pertaining to campus overcrowding. Mr. Macias, this was your item.
Yes, and it may not need to be in action. I mean, obviously, I might not make a motion. Thank you, Dr. Ball, again, for being on this. Again, there's no backup, so hopefully your presentation will be a little bit more open. But I will tell you that we have talked about the concerns at Copperfield and Rolling Meadows and some of our institutions. What I would like to see out of this discussion is sort of what your recommendations will be going forward for capping enrollment, because we do see increased number of students. So I'll let you take the floor and give me that feedback.
Mr. Guidry looks at our numbers on a regular basis. So what we do is, depending on the campus, whether there's room to add an additional teacher, and when I say room, I mean also physically the space to add another teacher, and then you have a classroom. Sometimes we can add a teacher, and it helps. And sometimes there's not the physical space that even if we were to hire a teacher, it doesn't allow for that. So, no problem. Mr. Guidry has this information to share with you.
Good evening, Board. So yes, we've been monitoring numbers these last few weeks since the first day of school. And as always, we give the campuses an opportunity to try to level off, especially after Labor Day, because we know sometimes the enrollment comes up or comes down. But what we have seen so far, based on, and we did meet with principals, by the way, to get their feedback. So if you look at the form that you have in front of you, so right now we're saying that Judson does not provide transportation for pre-K3. We know that, right? So we don't provide any transportation for pre-K3 students due to transportation. So at this point, we would no longer take out-of-district or school of choice students for pre-K3 and 4, because that's where we're seeing where our numbers are high. So then you're going to see in the table, you see at the campuses right now, for example, you're going to see at Converse, we would cap at pre-K3 and 4. The alternate campus would be Escondido. Okay. On Franz, cap the pre-K4 and Kinder and Coronado Venice. So again, we're looking at campuses that we know that are high. Sorry, I need to put my glasses on again. That we know that are high, but yet we want to make sure that the overflow goes to a campus where the enrollment is somewhat low. Now understand also in October, we'll come to the board as well if we have to add waivers. Well, of course, we'll go to TEA, excuse me, so we could be above the 22-to-1 ratio. But as you can see, again, we've got, right now we're looking at Converse, Franz, Woodlake, Millers Point, Candlewood, Fashaw, the monolingual, Hartman, Masters, Escondido, and Wortham. Since then, we have added about, I believe, about 19 allotments to some campuses. So we could able to support the students and the enrollment that's happening at some of those campuses right now. Prior to that, when we look at just at the elementary level, we had from K through, pre-K through 5, we had like maybe 5 vacancies or so. But with the increase in enrollment, we've added about 19 positions right now. But to answer your question, sir, that's what we're looking at. We're looking, and we're continuing to monitor every single day. We look at the numbers. If we see the numbers are high, then we look at a campus that's somewhat close to it. And if there's any space, we want those kids to be overflowed to that campus.
Okay. Obviously, increasing personnel is helpful.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, this might be a continuation. Obviously, we're not going to do anything right now with enrollment, but I'm hoping to see, and correct me if it's already been applied, and I haven't seen my Friday notes, but enrollment numbers. What I'm trying to determine is how many students live within the boundary of the district, how many students live in Judson ISD are going to that school, and then how many are outside of the district? Because in my opinion, if you're outside of the district and you're at a campus like Copperfield that's blowing up, we're going to have to ask those kids we can't accommodate you. But I don't know if those numbers were provided or if that's something that we might need.
We have that ready for you too, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Lacey has.
Throw it at me.
Mhm.
While she's bringing that up, though.
Mr. Guidry, she has a question while she's bringing that up.
Yes, ma'am.
While Lacey's bringing that up, I mean, for the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, you know, we have to really be careful because it's not just a matter of the class size, but, you know, they don't have anywhere to even lay down to take a nap. And if something happened, who's going to get them out of the class? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So, can we really be careful with that? And why would we want to do more of the pre-K 3 when they can't even ride the bus? So if we tell the parents they have to go to an alternative school, then now, you know, they're going to have to drive to one of our other facilities.
Right.
You know?
Yes.
But the situation at nap time is rough.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
And we're
I have a
also-
pre-K 4.
Yes. And we're also ensuring that before we even add a position, we want to make sure that they even have the space available. We have some campuses that don't have space right now. So.
Just don't even have the
Yes,
classroom.
correct.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm watching.
All right.
Okay. Well, I will share the enrollment numbers that we have right now. I have a presentation here that we'll put up on the screen here. Currently, we are looking at an overall Judson ISD student population of 26,065. That includes enrollments from each one of our campuses, and these are the overall enrollments from each campus. So as you can see, Judson High School is still our largest with 2,783, with Wagner and so on, as well as our middle schools. So these are total numbers based on our middle schools. Also our elementary school. Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So we have, and these are the total numbers on the campus, and I do have these broken down by grade level. I also have them broken down for you by students who are out of district, and then also students who are choosing school of choice. So I think some of these numbers are going to be somewhat surprising to you in terms of the way that they roll out and the fact that we are, in fact, growing. So the large majority of these, of the 26,065, Mr. Macias, because I know your first question is going to be how many of those are out of district? 520.
That's all?
Yes, ma'am.
Across the district, right? 520 total?
520.
And, well, obviously, we'll break down where they're concentrated. They're
Correct.
probably in
Yes, sir.
500, they're probably at Copperfield.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So
Let's
just say 520, but, you'll be able to clarify that.
So I know you're wondering, like, of that number, how many are out of district? We're looking at a very small percentage of about 2% that are actually coming from out of district. So
perfect.
Yes, I am.
Yes, she will send this out to you. So, and we broke it down for you here on our individual campuses, and you can see, as Mr. Macias pointed out, Copperfield is our largest elementary, sitting at 903 students. So they are, in fact, busting at the seams at that particular campus right now, and Rolling Meadows is quickly on their heels. Our grade level totals. So our pre-K numbers for 3 and 4 are somewhat similar. They're a little bit higher than they were last year, but they are very similar. We had around 2,600 pre-K students last year, so the numbers are a little bit higher in those particular areas. And our other grade levels are also increasing. For our transfers, we have a total employee transfers of 47. Out of district transfers are 520, and our school of choice is 1,808. So the difference in those, when we consider transfers, we consider students that live within our district that choose to go to a school within the district that's not in their boundary and actual transfer. That's what a school of choice is. So the 520 out of district transfers are true students who do not live in our district that come here. We do have an additional 47, so I guess in total, that is something we have always offered our employees for them to bring their children with them. So we have 47 children who live outside of our district that come with the teachers. So a total of 567 total out of district if you include the employee.
And school of choice is?
School of choice is I live in the Judson High School boundary, but I choose to go to Wagner. So they are existing students that live within our boundaries. They just choose to go to a different campus. So by grade level, you can see how many out of districts by grade level. As we stated earlier, our largest area where we're seeing the most numbers of students coming from out of district does in fact fall within our pre-K 3 and our pre-K 4 levels. And you can see the other numbers are somewhat steady. Kindergarten is a little bit higher, first grade is a little bit higher, and then it equates essentially until you get to ninth grade, almost one classroom full of students per grade level, but that is spread out across the district in terms of out-of-district students. Out-of-district by campus, so this is the breakdown by individual campus, how many out-of-district students are going to those campuses. Now, the data that is collected here, this is based on what is being put into the system when students register. In our out-of-district this year, we required everybody that was out-of-district due to the shift over to the new system. They actually registered on paper. So the registration process, we have a little bit more data here to share with you in terms of our out-of-district, and we do have a marker now that we use in the system to actually mark when they're an out-of-district child. So these numbers are as of today. So I had Ms. Deffenbaugh run them as of September 15th. So these are today's numbers. So they may change again before we get to October snapshot date, just because we do have students that come in and out. And here's our elementary numbers. Copperfield actually has a relatively low number of out-of-district. Escondido is high at 41, and Miller's Point is right behind them at 36, with Rolling Meadows sitting at 38 and Wortham Oaks at 32. By grade level, again, these are our school of choice. These are our students who live within our district boundaries but are choosing to go to other campuses. Again, even in this category, pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, they are our high numbers. So these are children that live in one elementary boundary that are choosing to drive themselves and take them because, as Mr. Guidry said, we don't transport pre-K 3 across. Well, we don't really transport many. And within these numbers, we don't include right here school of choice. This does not include Jrotc. I don't know if you noticed that Jrotc is showing, that's out of district. I went too far. Oops. I went too many over. On school of choice, when it comes, you'll notice I don't have Jrotc on here because nobody really lives in the Jrotc boundaries. They're all out of district, so we don't include those in these numbers. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that that part is not included in that by school of choice.
And so that I'm clear, the pre-K 3, pre-K 4, where we still see school of choice not going to their home school?
That is correct.
Is there any rationale? Why is that happening?
I cannot give you an answer to that, sir, but that would require probably interviews with parents to find out what it is, why they're choosing to go to which location.
It could be something as simple as their parent works closer to that campus, and since they have to drop them off, it could be, something as simple as that. Or
they may work at the campus.
The babysitter is closer to that campus. It could be various reasons.
Or they have a sibling that, that goes to that school.
Or they went to that school and have a kindergarten.
It would be interesting to know, because my concern is they've identified a school they think that may be better. So I'm thinking that 220, again, is going to be placed in schools that are perceived to be stronger, and that could be totally disproven, but we just don't know why we have and that's still a high number that was recognized, but I would like to know. So at some point we need to find that out.
Sure, we can certainly try to do that. And as far as school of choice, our biggest elementary is Masters, is receiving the most numbers. And if I understand that, it's based on location, is what I'm told about Masters.
Mr. Macias, any other questions or comments for future?
I think this is great information. Thank you.
And I'll put it in the Friday notes so you have this PowerPoint.
Now, I guess to take it as next steps, because obviously there's no need for action on this item right now. What I'm interested in doing is giving Copperfield and Rolling Meadows, our two highest elementary schools, trying to identify if they're also fitting the trend of where they're blowing up in pre-K 3 and 4, so that we can offer more resources to more staff members, or that we can start to then tell those in those programs, we're too full. So what I'd like to eventually get to, Dr. Ball, would be, what is our cap? Where are we saying, if you don't live in the district, because what the PTA came to me from Copperfield saying, we have people who live in the district who are concerned now that they won't be able to go. And I know we're not. We're letting them if they live in there. But they're also, it's a growing community. So they're coming in, and so we have to now verify what's out there, but we need to have a stronger cap early so that we're not just bringing everyone in. And it doesn't look like it's across the district. It looks like it's just certain schools, and it's specific to pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. So I'll look at this information, start thinking through things, and talk with you, Dr. Ball, again, and before we bring it forward. But that's my train of thought, adopting some policy or including more recommendations for personnel, because I liked what Mr. Guidry presented in terms of what the staffing situation is. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think something this is making me think too is, as we look at the innovations that we've been putting into place, is that attracting students and also like the rating, the school ratings that they're getting, is that also attracting students? Is that bringing movement of students? So obviously we only have like 1 year's worth of data on those kinds of things, but I think that's something I'd like to see over time. Yeah. It looks like maybe Miss Davis wants to say something. I'm not sure. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I just thought it looked like you were. Okay.
So, Ms. Rodriguez, what you're saying is about the attrition?
No. I'm saying, for example, we heard a couple of presentations last year about like ELOF STEAM, France Leadership. We have, several different kinds of innovation campuses that, right. Is that leading to drawing students? Because I think that is part of the intent of those kinds of programs. And so are we seeing students move out of their attendance boundaries to go to those schools?
Well, and just to wrap up the other part of this, because this is a broader issue. I mean, enrollment's great, but in terms of, I would like to see what the attrition rate is. I've been asking in terms of, we have a brand new pre-K 3 program. I think it's 3 years old now, maybe 4 years. It was 2018, so we're going on a 4th year. I get the sense that their students are not staying. I get the sense that they're leaving. The intent was obviously to keep them in our district. So we would need to quantify what that attrition looks like. Are we losing them in kindergarten, wherever? But we can track that. Can't we get that data?
Right, but with our enrollment growing, can you tell me why you feel that they are leaving us?
I don't know. I've said I need to, if I have this concern, I want to verify if it's truly happening or not. But if you offer free pre-K and free 3 and 4, parents will utilize that service and then go wherever they want to go. I want to dispel that myth and know that we are retaining students, or are we losing them? And because the numbers are so high, you would think everything would be higher. And enrollment is, but I suspect it's high because we're offering pre-K 3 and 4. And if we were to take that program out, our enrollment would dip. I don't even know what it would dip to, but I feel it would go down.
I could be wrong, but could you go to slide 4? I think it's slide 4. So this isn't anything major analysis or anything, but if you look at 1st and 2nd grade numbers and look at the numbers from pre-K 3, pre-K 4, and kindergarten, 1st grade numbers went up, so it looks like they would be staying. I mean, this is not an in-depth analysis, but just at a glance.
And you might be consistent. So that that can be totally dispelled. We prove that the investment is working. We tell our community it's working. It's all of that. I think you're right on target. That could be the deal. But I want to make sure that that is what we're seeing. And then the other part of it is in touring campuses like Copperfield and Spring Meadow and Elof, the concern in terms of staffing, because this is all about staffing again, is that we have issues still with special ed. And of course, we spoke with AFT, I have in regards to bilingual. And the student to teacher ratio in there seems to be higher than what it was intended to be. And I'll give you one example that I didn't even think about, but it's very real. You have two individuals in a special needs class. One needs dedication the whole time. There's 15 kids with special needs, and that one teacher has to address all 14 of them because one needs dedicated, and the teacher aide is dedicated to that student. So now we need to look at the quality of how we're addressing that in terms of staffing to make sure that we are supporting students and our staff across the district. So those are just two examples that this kind of plays into in my mind.
Right, but as long as you realize, and the rest of the board, that in those areas that you mentioned, special ed and bilingual, I know that this is the only district that matters to us, but we're going through the same similar things that other districts are going through and have always gone through in regards to special ed. That's why we pay special ed stipends to almost all our special ed individuals, because we realize that and we want to be able to retain them. And we will continue to advertise, hire, and try to get all our special ed staff that we need. So I just want it to be known that it is not because we don't want to hire them or because we're trying to save money. It is only merely the fact that there aren't the bodies out there for us to hire. Yes.
We certainly will then look further, but I do appreciate and I do believe you're probably accurate, but let's figure out what we can do.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
every day.
All right. Are there any other questions about this? All right.
There's no action to take?
No. Next item is to discuss and take possible action to address district insurance fees and policies related to student Chromebooks. Mr. Macias.
All right, Dr. Ball, what's your update on this?
My opinion is when you see, and I think that Lacey brought some items in regards to what you see, what we're using now is very similar to what we've always done for at least the 27 years that I've been in education. When you get a textbook, if you lose or damage the textbook, you're required to pay for it. So here we are requiring a fee. Please keep in mind, we're very sensitive to individuals, so no one will be not provided one, but the damage that was incurred to our devices is something hideous. So just like you would for a book, we are requiring a $25 insurance fee, but we also take into consideration if you are in free or reduced lunch.
So, Dr. Ball, if I may, on this
Sure.
one. So these are not the worst. In fact, we did a purge this last year of a lot of the Chromebooks. This one, somebody said, well, I dropped. So I want to explain to the board what you're looking at. You may recall Mr. Macias asked earlier today about some of our E-rate funds and our funds associated with ESSER funds specifically you requested information about, but we also applied for some E-rate funds and some additional funds last year to purchase the Chromebooks. You may recall that. So this is one of those brand new ones that was issued at the end of last year. And this one's not too bad. This one's only been punched. But in March of last year, I received one of these from a student who not only punched the front of it, but closed the top, stuck a knife in the top and the bottom, and brought it back and said, I dropped it. We're seeing other ones that sometimes look like they've been run over, and it's a lot of them. If you'd like to know how much, I can tell you. So one of the things that we discovered when we started looking at these is that when we started the year, we had enough Chromebooks for almost every single student in the district to have 2. We had a loss rate of 44%. And when I say loss rate of 44%, I don't mean that we could repair it. I mean beyond economic repair, meaning it would cost us more to repair the device than it would
to replace.
to replace it. And part of that was because they were handed out over COVID. We continued to do that. Policies and procedures weren't put into place. We did not have a process for repairing them or any type of insurance or anything that we could do. So that was part of what this fee is. I would much rather charge the $25 fee to help repair it than have to tell a student that, you know, you need to pay the $280 to repair the entire device. But we did want people to know through the procedure what the cost of the items were and to also give some guidance to the campuses on how to handle that. We do track it now, so we know exactly. There's one of these that I had, that we have here that actually had a note on the inside that said fourth Chromebook given to the child. And so in many cases, these are repeats. So now that we have a system, the board did approve for us to go with a new system for inventory and through a local company that's here out of San Antonio. And so they have been inventorying the items so we can now track those as they're damaged, and it tracks the repair, and we can get them repaired, and we also have the information that we need in order to know how many times a student has or hasn't, and the insurance fee just helps to cover the repairs of these devices so the district isn't losing. Not all of them are so bad that we can't repair them. A great many of them, there's a few that I have here, they're missing keys. They need a new keyboard. Sometimes the hard drive just fails and it just needs to be repaired. In fact, we put the protective cases on them. Students do, in fact, drop them. It happens. Our elementary children, they do carry them from classroom to classroom, and they drop them. And it's okay. In fact, when I presented to the principals last year and went over this in April with them, I actually took one of them in one of these cases, and I scared them all half to death because I threw it on the floor, and it didn't break. I mean, I'm not saying that we should go throw the Chromebooks on the floor, but they are fairly durable, and we've created them that way. So I don't know if that helps to kind of show some examples of what we've been seeing and what we're looking at and the reason for the development of the procedure.
Didn't we buy the military tactical case?
No, ma'am, it's not a military tactical case, but it is very durable. I'll let you see it here.
And to clarify, we're not asking for this money from every kid. It's just
No,
if you
just the
return
ones.
it and it's
Yeah.
damaged,
Yeah.
you pay $25. It's a fee. Or how?
So the procedure does ask for every student to pay the $25 as a means of insurance. So we are asking for that fee up front. What we have said is we understand that we can do payment plans. You know, they don't have to pay it right now. If they have multiple children, we can spread that over time, things like that. So we're working with the families as much as we can, and it is an insurance policy, so those funds go into a fund that Mr. Adkins has created for us so that those funds can be used towards the repair of the devices when they are broken. So it's like an activity fee, the same as you would have for any of the other athletic fee or fine arts fees. So it's just an activity fee basically to cover the cost of the items. So.
And is that language codified anywhere?
I'm sorry?
Is that language codified anywhere?
Yes, sir. It is in a district written procedure, and it was included in the parent-student handbook.
So they all have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Ball, you were mentioning something about free and reduced lunch?
If a parent contacts us and we look up the child in the system and we know that they're on free or reduced lunch, we know that there might be some extenuating circumstances that they might not be able to pay. So we are, always looking at the whole child and seeing if we need to have a waiver or some process to assist them.
So if we incorporated it, meaning the district, incorporated the cost of paying that $25 fee for insurance, because we're protecting our asset. Our asset are the materials, so is it worth the investment rather than putting that burden on the parent? And mind you, 25 is not a lot. I do get that it's doable. But just for the sake of discussion, what is that cost? If we were to incorporate the cost, Bill, do you or anybody, what would it look like? 25, would it be times 26,000 students? Well, then pre-Ks wouldn't use Chromebooks.
Correct.
So,
The pre-K children have iPads, and that's not part of this. This is only for K-12.
So K-12, the enrollment times 25, just to have an idea of what that would look like. That's just one question I have. 650,000. So 650,000 would be the cost. And if we targeted only supporting those that were free and reduced lunch or economically disadvantaged, obviously that figure would go lower, but it still might be 500,000, 500,000. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, because in the case of damaged books, did we charge parents a $25 fee when they took a book?
Sometimes it could be even more.
It could be more than that.
No, it could be more in terms of repair or buy a book again. But I'm talking about this case, we're charging a $25 fee for them for every device. The question that came up in the communication with the parent, did we do that when we had textbooks? Did we say, we're going to give you a book, and all of a sudden you're going to have to give us $25 for every book?
Look, when they check books out the library and don't return them.
Well, and that's the punitive part, yes.
Because my grandson ended up paying $170 for a book.
But I think the answer is no, we didn't charge them. We gave textbooks, and if they damaged them, they have to pay for them.
That is correct.
So that would then be the same logic. We give them a notebook, a Chromebook. If they damage it, then they have to pay something. We should give parents that option, if anything, or we just pick the $25. It's not that much.
I'd like to answer at least one part of that. I know in terms of the way textbooks used to be handled, if you lost textbooks, you bought the textbook, whatever the cost of that textbook was. So the intent of this was to create a system that could help offset the cost for the repairs and the replacement by the district without ever having to charge a family for a full Chromebook. We do have students who have Chromebooks that are lost. They get stolen and other things, which that all creates a police report and so on. And we were hoping to utilize a $25 fee versus charging a parent for the full amount of the device if it was completely destroyed or if it was lost, stolen, and so on. We can certainly go, the prices are listed. We did list the prices as to what it costs to repair a screen, what it costs for a keyboard, what it costs, and we could certainly pass those costs back on to the families if that was the wish of the board to do it that way, the way we used to handle textbooks. We certainly can. In our discussions with senior staff, we felt it might be a lesser of a burden on the families if we in fact just charged an insurance fee versus doing it the other way. But we are certainly amenable to whatever recommendations may come.
I'm satisfied with what Dr. Ball had stated. If we have a plan to address those parents that may have some challenges, addressing them and educating our community that this is a minor investment for a wonderful product. I get that, and I can support that. I'm just thinking of those that would need that support, who have 3 kids or 4 kids, and all of a sudden, so if we're doing something to support those families, I'm okay with that. And that's sort of what I wanted to just hear from Dr. Ball, that we do. But is that policy? Is there a,
yes.
That's,
yes, that we're handling that kind of internally. It's not verbalized in the procedure. In the communications that we've put out with the community, we have expressed that if you have any concerns, please contact our office. We are working with families. We have talked to the campuses as well in terms of if they know and have already identified families who may be struggling with this. So, and when we talk to the principals about it, as well as the campus staff through all of the training in terms of talking to principals and teachers about the procedure, that is one of the big things that we have really communicated, is that we can certainly work with families however they want. And in fact, we have had some families who have said, well, as long as I don't have to pay for all of it right now, I'm perfectly fine. Can I have a payment plan? And we said, absolutely. So we're happy to work through that, and we are trying to address that as that information is being brought to us.
Well, if Dr. Ball, if we can get that caveat of supporting families into some policy, I know we have a heart, and we're doing that because we don't want to limit a child's education. But if we have that in writing, that's more of a process part that we're trying to improve. So I'll ask if you could look at doing that.
So we will look at putting that part of it in writing.
Yeah, that way there's a threshold, and so forth. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Pichelle, you had something to say?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Was there anybody else who had comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Knoyer, sorry.
Am I correct? Because I saw
Lacey,
some.
she had a question.
No.
Oh.
I saw some information that went out about this. And if I remember correctly, it told parents that if they chose not to pay the $25 fee, they'd be responsible for any repairs. Did I see that in writing somewhere, or I made that up out of whole cloth?
So it says in the procedure what it costs for the repair, but the procedure does not say that the parents would have to pay
Okay.
for the device.
I thought I saw that somewhere. I don't know if it was a campus that put it out or
Possibly.
something
It
I
wasn't
read.
put out through the communications that we put out with our
And I could-
communications
I-
office
I
or
could
from
have
our
dreamt
office.
it.
But
It's possible.
yeah,
Okay,
no,
thank you.
I'm not saying it's not possible that that was put out there, but the pricing was put out there to give families the information about what it costs versus actually saying they will have to do that. Essentially, if you do that and you haven't paid, we're probably going to ask, would you rather pay the $25 now to cover the cost?
Okay. So moving on to item H, consider and take possible action regarding approval of cyber insurance coverage.
Yes. The item that you have before you is just to seek your approval for our recommendation is to continue to have cyber insurance coverage. Yes, I just wanted to see if anybody had any questions. I take that as a no, ma'am. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just know that we.
The answer is yes. Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? This is something that we need to vote.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Yes.
All right. There was no vote on F and G, sorry, yeah. And G, we had already discussed previously. That was the very first thing we did.
Yes.
Okay, so is there a motion for
I move-
item H?
I move that we approve the cyber insurance coverage proposal.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. I think you voted too early. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to discussion items. So the first one is 7A, community partnership discussion. Ms. Eaton.
This is real quick. I would just like to make sure, Dr. Ball, that the schools know that when they have a big partnership with a business outside of the school, that they at least inform you so that we can thank them and see what they're doing for us. And this came about while I was doing school shopping with my grandkids. I went to Burlington Coat Factory, and when I went to check out, the young lady asked me, did I want to round up my money because they were collecting money for Judson High School. And I was like, really? I was like, what is it for? And then she went on to explain some things to me and pointed me to a sign. And I contacted Dr. Ball to let her know, because if she knew anything about it, and she hadn't heard about it. And apparently, this was their second year. They did Kitty Hawk last year, and they're doing Judson High School this year. It's a great thing. I love it. I love that our community loves us, but, you know, it just would be nice if we knew about it.
Yes, ma'am. And if it is a school fundraiser, they do tell us about those. The ones that sometimes I don't hear about all the time are the PTOs or the booster ones.
It wasn't the PTO. It's the school. It's the school. Because I did call over there. Yeah.
Well, thank you to Burlington Coat Factory.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Is thank you. Definitely.
Any other discussion of that item? Okay, we'll move on to 7B, Curb Smart. This is also yours, Ms. Eaton.
Okay, again, did we find out which one of the schools was testing it?
Help me remember that it's called like Pick Up Our Kids or something like that. Did one of our schools end up piloting that one?
So there are actually several companies that do this. One of the campuses, I know Copperfield is looking at one of them. It's called Pick My Kid, is one of the ones that Copperfield is looking at. She is actually looking at trying that at semester. There was a little bit of a hiccup there, and I will be honest about that hiccup in terms of that. That particular one I was not aware of until after we started the year and we needed to look at some student data issues. But for that particular one, they only had a narrow window as to when they would allow you to implement it. You either have to implement the first week or so of school or you don't. And we needed to clarify their data agreements because they ask for specified student information. And that's kind of a big deal in my department to protect student information. So once we looked at that, we did talk with Copperfield and she said sometimes things are good. They have a system right now, but they are going to pilot that one in January, and they've already been talking to the company, so that's going to go through. There is another one called CurbSmart that I believe Pashaw Elementary is buying right now, and so Pashaw will be implementing that. We had to look at their data information as well, and I saw that PO go through, so somewhere in the system that one went through, and I saw that because it needed student data as well. Other than that, I don't know where Pashaw is with that, but I do know that they will be piloting it.
Well, the PTO gave them half the money, and then they came up with the other half of the money.
Okay.
But what I'm interested in doing is whichever system works the best, and I'm told CurbSmart is it really smooths it out, that we pay for that at this level so that it doesn't fall back on the school. Especially, Pashaw is in a dangerous position because their traffic backs all the way out onto Foster Road. And, you know, it's rough because the speed limit there is 50 miles an hour. And people drive like that's merely a recommendation, you know. And then the other thing is the way they are stacked, and I won't say this out loud, I'll talk to you about this, but the way they are stacked to pick up the kids.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk
We can
about
talk,
that.
absolutely. So Lacey, let's try to get a few campuses to pilot some different ones. And then I could bring back a cost analysis to the board and see if this is something that the district could pick up the cost for all our elementary campuses that are having car problems. Pickup problems is what I mean. But, right, but let's see, we can help us to pilot some, and then we can bring back some more information to the board. Does that sound good for
But
everybody?
please check on CurbSmart, please.
I will
Yes, ma'am.
make
Okay,
CurbSmart one of the pilot ones.
Yes.
Ms. Bichelle.
There wasn't an explanation about what CurbSmart is, so listening to this discussion, I have to assume this is some way of picking up kids after school?
It's a system to help the teachers and the folks at the campus be able to easily identify the vehicle that's coming through to pick up the students. I don't know exactly how it works because I wasn't in on any of the previews or anything for any of the software.
There was no preview or presentation. I just, I know they use it in Chicago, but I've not seen it in use. But when I mentioned it at the school, a couple of the teachers there are familiar with it, and they agree that it's a pretty awesome program. But I don't know. I can do more research myself, but you know, I'm just trying to do whatever I can do to help facilitate smoothing that out to stop not having that dangerous situation right there.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll take care of looking at it a little bit more, making sure that it gets piloted. So my role was simply to make sure we had student data in the system. So it does match up to make car lines go faster. That's the intent of them. I just couldn't tell you the exact process of how it works in general.
I see. Thank you.
That's why we kind of just talking about it.
Okay. Were there any other questions? Okay. Moving on to 7C, update on board training conferences, events, and board committee updates. So I'll just go down and ask each person. Ms. Bichelle, do you have anything to share?
No, ma'am, not till after TASB, Tausa, TASB.
Yes. All right. Mr. Macias?
No, nothing at the moment. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
No updates.
I can share that I am working diligently on the required training that we're all supposed to finish by September 30th. I'm on module number 5 of like 9. But that's just a kind reminder to my colleagues, if you haven't done it either, to prioritize that in the next couple of weeks. And I will be going to TASB. Ms. Eaton.
I'll be going to TASB.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ms. King.
And I will be going to the conference as well.
Okay.
And I guess our delegation.
Yes, you will be the delegates on, I think that's on Saturday, that portion. Ms. Knoyer.
Yes, I'll also be attending TASA TASB, but I wanted to call attention to a new partnership that I was able to be a participant for at the Veterans Memorial football game versus MacArthur this past week. There is a partnership now between Veterans Memorial and the 232nd Medical Battalion at Joint Base San Antonio, Fort Sam, and they're very excited. Colonel Speed was extremely thrilled to engage in this partnership that will provide mentorship and leadership opportunities for our students, and it's the first one of its kind in Judson. So it's focusing with our ROTC over there.
Ms. Eaton, you have
I'm
something?
sorry. I want to thank our athletic director and athletic department for the Operation Dog Tags. Thank you. It was fantastic. We had a dinner. I was assigned to a young football player. We all met at Wagner. I think it was like 99 people on the roster. We had a fabulous dinner that was donated, and kudos to the restaurant. And then the game that Thursday night was dedicated to the program. We had the Knights jump in. It was just fabulous. And the young man wore a jersey. They specially numbered some of the jerseys and put our names on the back. And they wore them during the game, and then we're supposed to get that jersey. So I already have my box that I'm going to put that in along with my dog tag.
So not the whole jersey, just the name on the back.
Just the name tag on the back.
I've been misled.
There she goes. She's going after you.
I will also say that I have a colleague at work who works in the Valley, and he made a point to tell me that he heard about it in the Valley. But I think it's because he listens to the San Antonio NPR affiliate, but it got media coverage too here. So, yeah, thank you. All right, so we'll go on. We need to vote on the consider and take a possible action regarding items discussed in closed session. So we need to vote on the personnel report. Do I have a motion for that?
I move we approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote.
I guess we'll just say Ms. Eaton was absent.
Mm-hmm. I think Ms. Eaton had to step out for the vote, so I'm not sure if we can call her absent for a minute. I'm watching the guy in the booth. He's given me the 1 minute sign. Okay. Do I click proceed? Okay. There we go. All right, that motion passes 6-0 with one absence. And on 9B, discuss and take possible action regarding the district's financial advisor services. No action needed on that item. And so there being no further action, we will adjourn this meeting at 11:09.